Chapter 752. When Zhong Xiaohua returned the jade water sword, Zhong Xiaohu finally snapped out of his daze. He took the short sword and pointed at the silk cloth in Zhong Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua, what is that? Sword manual? Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously. What else can be in the scabbard other than a sword manual? You. Zhong Xiaohu looked as if he expected better from her. Why didn't you tell me that this sword manual has been here for so long? Why did you take it out now? You really are a prodigal. It was as if Zhong Xiaohu already understood that Zhong Xiaohua wanted to take the sword manual away and not leave it for him. TSK Zhong Xiaohua didn't hold back. Second brother, you are also a direct disciple of the Misty school. Why do you want to reap without sowing? Your own Misty 7 swords isn't enough for you to practice. What do you want this sword manual for? But, your second sister-in-law doesn't have a good sword technique yet. Also, don't you want to leave some gifts for your nephew whom you haven't met yet? Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. He even brought out his nephew whom he hadn't met yet. How stingy. Second brother. All right, second brother. Actually, this sword manual was meant for the Misty sect. Yes, it's meant for you. I'm just lending it to Elder Yu first. I'll give it to you after he's done. You sure know how to talk. That's right. You said it was meant for us, but I didn't see you take it out. You only told me after I found out. You don't have any sincerity at all. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and did not say anything else. He knew that his second brother was the same as him. He had never seen anything good and wanted to take everything for himself. Unfortunately, he had a lot of things. However, it was said that Zhong Xiaohu had no use for immortal Dao items. Even if he took them out, they would be useless. He could only keep them in his belt for his own use. All right, second brother, rest assured and recuperate. Your Misty school has a lot of good things. When you return to the Misty Mountain Villa in the future, you can look for them yourself. Oh, by the way, the mental cultivation method I gave to John Doe is very important. You must read it first. When you've mastered it, you might as well let second sister-in-law and Chen practice it. Their skills have soared too much, which is too conspicuous. I don't need you to tell me that. Do you think I don't know that? Zhong Xiaohu snapped. The sword manual in his scabbard had been taken away by someone else. That kind of feeling was really terrible. The feeling of pain? Zhong Xiaohua smiled and walked out from Zhong Xiaohu's place. He had memorized this sword manual in his heart. If Zhong Xiaohu really wanted it, he could just copy it for him in the future. At least it was better than that refining the world. Now that he thought about how to return the refining the world in the future, he had a headache. If he were to return what he had copied, wouldn't he tire himself to death? But if he were to return the original, it meant that he had not deciphered it. The problem was that he had deciphered it, so he could not go back on his words. After coming out from Zhong Xiaohu's courtyard, Zhong Xiaohua first walked to the small courtyard of the pill-expanding hall for a while. Seeing that there was no one around, he made a gesture and directly flew to the top of Shushin Peak. Not long after, he came to a place where there was no one around. He rose into the air and flew straight to the top of the peak. Zhong Xiaohua did not fly high, but his speed was extremely fast, which woke up countless birds in the forest. When he arrived at the alchemy room, it was already dusk. At this time, there was more heat in the alchemy room. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was slightly roaring, but the temperature was just right. Zhong Xiaohua was not in a hurry to refine the pills. First, he looked around the alchemy room. He released his spiritual sense and searched inch by inch. He did not believe that there was a jade slip in the alchemy room of Tianmu Peak. Could it be that there was nothing in Shushin Peak? However, after spending half a meal, he still did not find anything. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua finally believed that there was really nothing in the alchemy room except for the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace whose gender was unknown. Sigh, when did my character become so bad? Zhong Xiaohua rubbed his nose and was a little unhappy. Could it be that the ancestors of the fragrant religion left behind the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace for breeding? But even if it is for breeding, you should give me a jade slip and tell me how to do it. Then, He took out a praying mat and sat down cross-legged. After adjusting the Zhen Qi in his body for a moment, he took out the main and auxiliary ingredients for the awakening pill that he had prepared earlier. This 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was the one that he was most familiar with. He had used it many times before Yulan Dusk had refined it. Of course, he was familiar with it. When he threw the several main ingredients into their respective pill furnaces according to their attributes, the Zhen Qi in Zhong Xiaohua's body was almost exhausted. Sigh. Zhong Xiaohua sighed again. He raised his left hand and looked at the crack. He thought, I don't know what this illusion breaker magic eye is. It can't see people, and it can't even be used for peeping. It sucked away my spiritual sense and spiritual energy for nothing. I don't know when it can be used again. Could it be that this is a trap set by Huang Feng? But then he thought, I also put one on Little Yellow's forehead. I still have one in my bosom. That is for Little Black. If this illusion breaker magic eye is dangerous, there is no reason for Huang Feng to give it to his child. Thinking about this, Zhong Xiaohua took out the 2 little things. With the prime val stones wrapped around them, the 2 little things slept even more sweetly. They didn't even twitch their noses. Sigh, I don't know when these 2 little things will wake up. How long will I have to be their wet nurse? Zhong Xiaohua sighed a lot tonight. They were all questions with no answers. Zhong Xiaohua probed the pill furnace with his divine sense and looked at the medicinal liquid that was being refined. He took out a primordial stone and hurriedly replenished the true energy in his body. A few hours later, when it was almost midnight, he placed the remaining supplementary ingredients into the pill furnace to be refined. Just like that, Zhong Xiaohua sat cross-legged in front of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace and cultivated the Forget Worries Sutra. The endless starry sky still shone around him and wrapped around the alchemy furnace. When Zhong Xiaohua woke up the next day and saw that everything was normal in the alchemy furnace, she leaped out of the alchemy room and headed straight for Ouyang Yang's manor. When Zhong Xiaohua appeared in the corner of the courtyard, the first thing she saw was Elder Yu, who was anxiously pacing back and forth in the hall. Ayo, looking at Elder Yu's anxious expression, it seems like there is a change in Manor Lord Ouyu's condition. Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to delay and quickly walked into the room. When she reached the door, she was discovered by Elder Yu. Joy immediately appeared on his face and he rushed over. Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly asked, Elder Yu, did Manor Lord Ouyu's condition worsen? Elder Yu was taken aback and asked in astonishment, young Mrs. condition has worsened? No, why didn't I know about it? Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua finally relaxed and smiled. Then why are you pacing back and forth in the room with a face full of panic? Who's panicking? Elder Yu refused to admit it. Didn't you hear the saying? Walk 100 steps after a meal and you'll live to 99. This old man is taking a stroll. Ha ha ha. How could Zhong Xiaohua not know what Elder Yu was thinking when she heard this? If it was Zhong Xiaohu, she would definitely tease him. However, Elder Yu was an old man after all. Zhong Xiaohua had inherited the fine tradition of respecting the old and cherishing the young. Hence, she took out the silk and asked, Elder Yu, are you waiting for this sword manual? Elder Yu's eyes lit up and he said embarrassedly, that's right. After seeing your sword technique yesterday, I've been trying to figure it out. However, without the sword manual, I feel like I'm missing something. You also know that I've been trying to figure out the remaining sword techniques my entire life. You gave me hope, but you didn't let it come true. Of course, this old man is anxious. Zhong Xiaohua nodded, however, before I give you the sword manual, I would like to say something to you. Hey, what do you have to say? Elder Yu was surprised. I remember that when Elder Yu taught me the sword technique, you requested that I only learn it myself and not teach it to anyone else. When Elder Yu heard this, his face changed and he frowned. Of course, this sword technique is an absolute art of the pugilistic world. If you casually taught it and caused trouble, who would be responsible for it? Could it be that you feel that I'm wrong and want to bring up old scores? Zhong Xiaohua knew that Elder Yu had misunderstood and quickly bowed. Elder Yu, if it wasn't for the sword technique you taught me, I would have lost my life long ago. Even young Miss would have lost her life long ago. How would I dare to say such things to you? Furthermore, what you said is correct. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Then, You mean to say? I think it's like this. This sword manual is hidden in the scabbard of a treasured sword. Originally, I had already given it to my second brother, Zhong Xiaohu, but I met you yesterday. Today, I specially asked him to give it to you for you to take a look. However, you're alone and at most, you can find another disciple. On the other hand, my second brother is a direct disciple of the Misty school. Firstly, he needs this sword technique to protect himself, and secondly, he can teach more disciples to the Misty school. So, if it's possible, when you're familiar with this sword technique, can you return this sword manual to the Misty school? Zhong Xiaohua silently replaced Zhong Xiaohu with the Misty school. Elder Yu was elated when he heard this and said, I thought you were worried about something. In the end, this old man is still a disciple of the Misty school. This peerless sword technique is obviously what the Misty school needs the most right now. Don't worry, this old man will return this sword manual after I'm done practicing. Even if this old man wants to teach another disciple, I will have to get your second brother's approval from the Misty school. Alright, I knew that Elder you would be a righteous person. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and handed the silk over. At this moment, Qiu Tong came out from the inner room. When she saw Zhong Xiaohua, she smiled and said, Zhong Xiaohua, you're quite smart. You always come over quietly. Zhong Xiaohua raised her hand and said, Big sister Qiu Tong, this is only the second time. You're wrongly accusing me. Seeing Qiu Tong's smile, Zhong Xiaohua was also happy. She asked again, how is Miss Qiu? Fortunately, I've been sleeping all this time, but it's still different from before you came. Qiu Tong said, I didn't pay much attention to it in the past, but after taking a closer look yesterday, your face is indeed frighteningly pale. You look a little better today. Even Lingering Fragrance Peaks doctor also said that there's some turning point. Lingering Fragrance Peaks doctor? Why are they here again? Zhong Xiaohua asked in surprise. There are more chapters. -3. Chapter 753. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's surprise, Qiu Tong added, who knows? Previously, they didn't come much. However, in the past few days, they first sent over the awakening pill, then came over every day to check on young Mrs. condition. It's as if they suddenly care about her. I don't know what Lord Sect Leader is up to. Zhong Xiaohua said disdainfully, who cares what medicine she's selling? As long as she can cure young Mrs. illness, it's fine. Sigh, Xiaohua, I'll have to rely on you. That doctor only said that young Mrs. condition is getting better because of the awakening pill. He didn't say anything else. Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment before saying, I still need around 10 days to find a new medicine. We can only muddle through for now. I hope young Miss can pull through. 10 days. What kind of medicine would take so long to find? Xiaohua, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. If you need any herbs, I'll ask Lingxiang Peak for them, okay? Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Big sister Qiu Tong, I know what you mean. The problem is, how are you going to use these herbs? I don't think it'll be easy for you to explain, right? Qiu Tong was dejected. Zhong Xiaohua continued, also, just the herbs alone won't be enough. So, don't worry, I'll do my best to save young Miss Millimeter. Qiu Tong nodded. If you can save young Miss, I'll even do anything to repay you. OMG tilde Zhong Xiaohua looked as if she had been knocked down. She said, I was taken in by big sister Qiu Tong. She gives me a salary of 3 coins every month. Just treat it as me working for Huanxi Manor. After that, just give me banknotes. Money grubber. Qiu Tong burst out laughing. She had revealed Huanxi Manor's biggest secret. Zhong Xiaohua followed Qiu Tong into the inner room, leaving Elder Yu sitting on the chair and reading the sword manual. Inside the room, Oyu Yang was still lying there quietly. Just as Qiu Tong had said, Oyu Yang's complexion had changed a little. Her face was slightly red, a sign that her qi and blood were flourishing. Wherever her divine sense went, life was still flowing away. However, it was as subtle and slow as yesterday. It was completely different from when Zhong Xiaohua had first seen it. It seems that the situation is very stable. Only after refining the spirit awakening pill can it be consumed. There shouldn't be any big problems. Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself. However, The refinement of the spirit awakening pill was the same as the meridian nourishing pill and the bone solidifying pill. They all required around 10 days. It was a little too early to be anxious now. After chatting with Chiu Tong for a while, Zhong Xiaohua said goodbye to the two. However, as soon as he got out of the courtyard, he saw that there seemed to be someone peeping at him from the side of a huge mountain rock above the manor. It was no secret that Ouyang Yang's courtyard was protected by the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, their disciples were all brazen about it. Who would have any scruples about it? Look, at the east side of the courtyard, there were two rather bored disciples holding long swords in their hands. They were patrolling while whispering to each other. The true disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak wouldn't even take a second look at this courtyard. After all, they had been guarding it for so many years. Who would be patient enough to fulfill their duties? Therefore, the fact that the disciples behind the mountain rock were staring at it so intently was very thought-provoking. It was also because Zhong Xiaohua's senses were now very sensitive. She had sensed something the moment she stepped out of the house. Thus, she made a hand seal and went behind the mountain rock. She quietly poked her head out to see what this person was planning to do. This person was wearing the uniform of a disciple from Ethereal Hall. She couldn't see his face clearly from the back, but his figure seemed to be around 30 years old. Hey! A disciple from Ethereal Hall? Zhong Xiaohua frowned. What is this person doing here? Could it be that Yang Ruping sent him? Is he afraid of being discovered by the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak? However, it shouldn't be that bad. If Yang Ruping wants to understand Ouyang Yang's condition, she only needs to make a trip personally. How can the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak stop her? Besides, from what elder sister Chiu Tong said, Ouyang Yang doesn't intend to tell Yang Ruping about this matter. Yang Ruping can't possibly know about it. Just as Zhong Xiaohua was thinking, she saw the disciple mumbling something. He retracted his head from the crack of the mountain rock and took out a pen and paper. He laid it on the ground and casually wrote something. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua could already see the person's face clearly. However, no matter how she looked, it was a stranger. She didn't have any impression of him. Now that she saw the person writing something, she unconsciously released her divine sense to read it. But when Zhong Xiaohua saw it, she almost laughed out loud. She covered her mouth with great difficulty. Who is it? After all, there was some movement. That disciple seemed to be alert and raised his head to berate. However, his voice was extremely soft. From the looks of it, he was afraid of alerting the patrolling disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak. That disciple listened for a long time and looked around. When he didn't see anyone, he hurriedly wrote something down. Then, he actually executed his lightness skill and headed towards the peak of the mountain. Zhong Xiaohua naturally followed. Seeing that they had arrived at a barren land, that disciple stopped and jumped onto a big tree. Not long after, he jumped down and looked left and right to see that there was no one around. In a flash, he followed the mountain path down. When that disciple was far away, Zhong Xiaohua's head popped out from the ground. She frowned as she looked at that person's back view. She seemed to be deep in thought. Needless to say, this person was definitely not instructed by Yang Ruping. But who could it be? Zhong Xiaohua also jumped onto the tree and took out that piece of paper from a crack in the tree. On the paper, there was a crooked handwriting that was even uglier than Zhong Xiaohua's crab handwriting. However, with Zhong Xiaohua's sure when Jezi enlightenment knowledge, she couldn't decipher what was written on this piece of paper even after reading a whole packet of cigarette. It seemed to be handwriting and also seemed to be drawing talismans. In short, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't decipher anything. Releasing her divine sense, Zhong Xiaohua took a closer look. There wasn't anything unusual. She couldn't decipher anything from this ordinary piece of paper. Zhong Xiaohua could only put it back into the crack in the tree. From the place where this disciple was observing, it should be about Ouyang Yang's illness. This should also be written about this. Since it's not Yang Ruping, then it definitely isn't the Grand Leader of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Then, could it be another power that's competing with the Grand Leader? If that's the case, then it's troublesome. Ouyang Yang's illness might be caused by these people. It seems that I have to prepare for both sides. The spirit awakening pill needs to be refined. If I can find out who's behind this and obtain the antidote, then Ouyang Yang might be saved. After making up her mind, Zhong Xiaohua turned invisible and waited at the side. However, after waiting for a long time, no one came back. Looking at the sky and thinking about what happened in her alchemy room, Zhong Xiaohua immediately returned to the alchemy room. First, she saw that there wasn't anything wrong with the alchemy furnace in the alchemy room. Zhong Xiaohua flew down the mountain. After flying for a while, she saw a few young disciples in the originally barren herb field. Under the guidance of a few older disciples, they were plowing the ground and pulling out the weeds. Hey! Could it be that what I said yesterday was effective? Zhong Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. Unknowingly, she revealed herself and pretended to be out of breath as she descended the mountain. Who are you? A disciple heard the heavy footsteps and immediately asked. Hearing that someone was coming, all the disciples raised their heads. When they saw that it was Zhong Xiaohua, a few of the younger disciples cheered and jumped out, shouting, "Senior Ren!" As he shouted, his eyes drifted towards the few older disciples. Seeing this, one of the older disciples stepped forward and frowned. "Are you Ren Xiaoyao?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and bowed. "Yes, I am." "Greetings, senior brother from the ethereal hall." That disciple returned the greeting and said, "Well said, well said. I wonder why a disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall like you are running around the mountain. Do you not have any respect for the ethereal hall?" When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she took out the token of the pill-expanding hall and raised it. "I am under the orders of the hall master. Firstly, I am in charge of the transaction of elixirs and herbs. Secondly, I am in charge of guiding the disciples of the ethereal hall in planting herbs. If I only stayed in the courtyard, how would I know the situation of the ethereal hall's herbs? How would I know that these herb fields are barren?" That disciple was at a loss for words. The disciples on duty of the pill-expanding hall were in charge of this, but the previous disciples of the pill-expanding hall were already hiding from the disciples of the ethereal hall. Who would guide them in planting herbs? At this moment, a young disciple ran over and smiled. "Senior brother who, I have already said that senior brother Ren is very different from the previous ruffians. Do you believe me now that you have seen it?" Page. Senior brother who snorted, "Is what you said to the other junior brothers yesterday true? You want us to make the decisions for future transactions? You want us to do whatever we say?" Zhong Xiaohua raised her head and said, "Of course. A gentleman's words cannot be taken back." Then she changed the topic. "Of course, if you do something to harm the pill-expanding hall, that is also not allowed." "Good." Senior brother who said, "I will remember what you said today. If you are not willing to do so in the future, then don't blame us for challenging you in martial art." "Ha ha ha." Zhong Xiaohua laughed. "Not to mention in the future, even if you challenge me today, I will be happy to accompany you. But before you go, you must be prepared. If you lose to me, you will be my junior brother in the future. I still want this face." "You." Senior brother who was at a loss for words. Another senior disciple next to him cupped his hands and said, "We have heard of junior brother Ren's martial arts. Don't worry, our ethereal hall is not short of men who keep their promises. If we challenge you to a duel, we will naturally have to admit defeat if we lose. But since we met here today, I have a question to ask." Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Senior brother, please enlighten me." "Well, yesterday you asked all the junior brothers to come back and replant the herbs. I want to ask you, what kind of herbs are good to plant in this barren herb field?" Zhong Xiaohua looked up and said with a smile, "This herb field used to be the most fertile one in our pill-expanding hall. Now you can plant anything. But I think you should plant some herbs that the ethereal hall lacks the most. It must be the blood-brown grass for the blood-replenishing pill. I don't need to tell you the formula of this pill." "Blood-replenishing pill?" Senior brother who was shocked and said, "Do you mean that you will exchange the herbs we plant for the pills?" Zhong Xiaohua looked at him with a smile and said, "Why not?" "You don't play with us?" Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why would I play with you? What's the point?" Then he said sincerely, "Your hall's Zhong Xiaohu, senior brother Zhong, is the person I respect the most. It was he who rescued me from the Yulan Grand Canyon. My life was given by senior brother Zhong. Do you think I will treat his junior brother badly? I am telling you this because of senior brother Zhong's face. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it. After saying that, he cupped his fists and went down the mountain. After he passed by, senior brother Hu looked at Zhong Xiaohua's back for a long time. Senior brother Hu, can we believe this guy? Senior brother Hu, are we still going to work? Senior brother Hu looked back and said with a smile, of course we are going to do it. Not only this land, we are going to replant all the barren land. It seems that you believe this Ren Xiaoyao? Senior brother Hu shook his head and said, he is just a disciple on duty of the Pill Repository Hall. I don't believe him. I just know that as long as senior brother Zhong is here, this guy will not do anything to betray the Misty Hall. As long as we do as he says, whether we can exchange for the elixirs we are most short of will depend on senior brother Zhong's face. Zhong Xiaohua's simple words immediately highlighted Zhong Xiaohu's role. It had to be said that Zhong Xiaohua's painstaking efforts were painstakingly made. Zhong Xiaohua hummed a small tune, sister, you sit at the bow, brother, I walk on the shore, and came down the Shushin Peak. When she came to the mountainside, the traces of the Misty Hall's disciples also increased. However, Zhong Xiaohua, who had always been quick and sensitive, suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. It seemed that many people were staring at her, but this feeling was just uncomfortable and there was no dangerous information. Hey, what's going on? Zhong Xiaohua secretly tried to figure it out, but also released her divine sense to secretly observe. After walking for a while, Zhong Xiaohua found that those who were staring at her were all the female disciples of the Misty Hall who were in the prime of their youth. Could it be that they think I'm handsome and want to give me spinach? Zhong Xiaohua could not help but feel proud. This kind of opportunity to enjoy the attention was rare. While she was thinking, a slightly plump female disciple came forward and asked somewhat embarrassedly, is that Ren Xiaoyao from the Pill Repository Hall, senior brother Ren? That voice was coquettish, which made Zhong Xiaohua's hair stand on end and goosebumps all over her body. She immediately stopped and saluted. Yes, I am. May I know what this lady wants? You're so annoying. You're obviously a senior brother, but you still act like a scholar. The female disciple said shyly, but I like it. The disciples of the Misty Hall are all strong and powerful. It's rare to see a weak scholar like senior brother. After hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua's hair stood on end like thorns. She quickly said, I don't dare. Thank you junior sister for the compliment. May I know why junior sister stopped me halfway? My surname is Xiao and my name is Tian. You can call me Xiao Tian. Zhong Xiaohua shivered and said, junior sister Xiao, it's indeed a good name. However, this name is more romantic under the moonlight. In front of so many people, it's better to call you junior sister. Bah, Xiao Tian spat, you're so bad. What do you mean by this? Is it? Xiao Tian's face immediately turned red. Faint Zhong Xiaohua secretly ordered herself. Unfortunately, the Dan core in her Niwen palace did not seem to obey and continued to sway slightly. She was full of energy. Cough cough, Zhong Xiaohua coughed twice and said, Junior sister Xiao, after talking for so long, I still don't know why junior sister Xiao is looking for me. Call me Xiao Tian or I won't tell you. Xiao Tian laughed lightly. Ah! Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. -3. Chapter 754. That. Xiao Tian. Zhong Xiaohua resisted the urge to beat people up and shouted out this name. It was not that this female disciple was not good-looking, nor was it that this female disciple's figure was not good, nor was it that. Cough cough, in short, this name made Zhong Xiaohua feel very uncomfortable. Ari Xiao Tian replied sweetly and dragged out her voice, Senior brother Ren, your voice sounds really nice. None of the male disciples in the Misty Hall have such a good voice. Even the opera singers that I heard before did not sound as good as yours. You should really go and act. I'm going to faint. Zhong Xiaohua almost fell down. Yesterday, Zhong Xiaohua advised her to go and act. This. Xiao Tiantian actually also advised her to go and act. Could it be that she really had the potential to act? Was there no possibility of developing in the immortal Tao? Zhong Xiaohua pinched her chin and laughed. People have said before that acting requires a good appearance. There's no need to be afraid of not having any acting skills. As long as you have a good face and put it on the stage, crying and laughing, and then let people praise you from below the stage, anyone would become popular. Junior sister Xiao, do you think I can do it? Call me Xiao Tiantian. Xiao Tiantian smiled sweetly and said, Senior brother Ren is the most stylish. I'll be your nose, your eyes, the role that you play, no one else can play. Really? Zhong Xiaohua was surprised and asked, what role is that? It's the one who painted the white square on his nose. What's that corner? It's that, is it, the one who is short and jumps on the stage, jumping up and down? Zhong Xiaohua asked unhappily. When Xiao Tiantian saw that Zhong Xiaohua's face was a little ugly, she immediately changed her tone and said, how could that be? Senior brother Ren's figure is tall and sturdy, handsome and confident. If you want to act, it's also, forget it. Zhong Xiaohua lost her patience and waved her hand. Junior sister Xiao, after dilly-dallying for so long, I think it's time for you to get to the point. May I know what business you have with me? Ayo tilde look at you, senior brother Ren. Can't junior sister talk to senior brother if there's nothing important? Oh, I forgot that there's still ginger soup simmering on the fire in my courtyard. I'll listen to you after I'm done sweating and my head is no longer dizzy. Zhong Xiaohua made a gesture of wanting to leave. Don't, senior brother Ren. Actually, I really have something to ask of you. Zhong Xiaohua looked at Xiao Tiantian, who was twisting ninny and acting pretentious. She almost had a convulsion in her heart. She forcefully cupped her hands and said, if it's the matter of exchanging medicinal herbs for medicinal pills, I have already spoken to the young disciples of your noble hall. This kind of matter is not easy to formally negotiate with Hall Master Yang. Everyone should be well aware of it. But looking at Xiao Tiantian's puzzled expression, he frowned and said, oh, if junior sister Xiao is not here for this matter, could it be that you want to ask me for some pills first? If you're really injured, then I can lend you some blood-replenishing pills and other items. However, you have to exchange them for medicinal herbs and other items. Really? Xiao Tiantian's face lit up with joy. Can all your pills be exchanged for those things? Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. She was a little confused. How did Xiao Tiantian know what kind of pills she had? But she had already said it. She could only brace herself and say, of course, but it must be something of equal value. That's great. What kind of things do you need to exchange for your beauty elixir? Beauty elixir? Elixir? Zhong Xiaohua said gloomily, what do you mean beauty elixir? I don't even know the meaning of this sentence. Where did the elixir come from? Did junior sister Xiao find the wrong person? Ayo, I knew that senior brother Ren would reject people 1,000 miles away. That's why I was so thick-skinned and talked to you for so long. But I didn't expect that you would call me Xiao Tiantian just now. In the blink of an eye, you don't recognize me and call me junior sister Xiao. Zhong Xiaohua's scalp went numb. She waved her hand with all her might. Really, Xiao Tiantian, I really don't understand. Can you first explain to me what beauty elixir is? Senior brother, you're such a wise and brilliant person. How can you not understand all of a sudden? This beauty elixir is naturally the meaning of a beautiful face. Ayo! Zhong Xiaohua almost cried out. In addition to that elixir, he almost guessed something. Sure enough, he heard Xiao Tiantian say, my beloved senior brother, did you think of something? Could it be that girl Chen Chen? Zhong Xiaohua was almost certain. That's right. Look at how affectionate senior brother is calling her. She's still a girl. Xiao Tiantian was very jealous and said, a few days ago, senior sister Chen Chen was still shouting in front of junior sister that there were lumps on her face, but last night, her face was so smooth that a fly could fall on it. Moreover, her face was not as white as junior sister's, but when I looked at it again, it was actually. She was almost as white as junior sister's. Junior sister has always boasted that she is a pear blossom suppressing a begonia and is proud of the white in the red, but I was actually defeated by senior sister Chen. Tell me, isn't this infuriating? Zhong Xiaohua opened her mouth wide. She almost wanted to say, "Junior sister, the phrase a pear blossom suppressing a begonia isn't used like that, right?" But thinking about it, she probably couldn't explain it to her, so she swallowed it back down. Suppressing his anger, he wanted to explain something, but he heard Xiao Tiantian say like a swift sword, "Thus, I thought of all sorts of ways to ask senior sister Chen for the reason. I've been grinding for an entire day, and just now, I found out from her mouth that it was actually senior brother Ren who gave her the miraculous medicine." Then, she threw out an autumn wave and said, "Could it be that senior brother Ren saw the lumps on junior sister's face so rampant? Could it be that senior brother Ren doesn't want to show unity and love? Could it be that senior brother Ren doesn't know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex?" The three consecutive "could it be" made Zhong Xiaohua feel extremely sad in her heart. She smiled and said, "This Chen, I have already told her many times that this is a secret of mine. Beauty, whatever face elixir, there isn't much of it and I still want to use it. If others knew about it, would I still use it? It's true, junior sister Xiao. Look at my face. It used to have a lot of wrinkles. Even my eyes were a lot smaller than they are now. It's because I've been using this pill elixir that the wrinkles on my face disappeared and my eyes became bigger. Alas, the only regret is that this pill elixir can't make my nose bulge. Otherwise, I would really be handsome." "Really?" Xiao Tiantian's eyes widened infinitely. She didn't forget to praise Zhong Xiaohua. "Senior brother Ren is already extraordinarily handsome. If your nose is a little higher, do you still want the male disciples of the Misty Hall to live? Do you think it's good that people are jealous of your handsomeness and deliberately avoid you every day? Well, it's not very good. Then it's a little lonely to be handsome. It's better to be close to the people." Zhong Xiaohua touched her nose and said seriously, "So, senior brother Ren, it's better for you to give me some of your elixir for beauty." Sigh, after talking for half a day, they finally got to the point. "This," Zhong Xiaohua said in surprise, "this elixir is extremely precious. I felt bad when I gave it to Chen the day before yesterday. This is my secret. Now that you're giving it to me and I'm giving it to you, won't it become a secret that everyone in Shushan Peak knows?" "Yes, senior brother Ren, why else would I be waiting for you here?" "Waiting for me here?" Zhong Xiaohua pointed to her nose and said, "Have you been waiting for a long time?" "Not too long ago. It's just that the door of your pill repository hall's courtyard wasn't open. I thought you must have gone up the mountain, so..." "Oh, senior martial brother, how much do you think you should exchange for that bottle of beauty elixir? I also have some elixirs." "This." Zhong Xiaohua was a little hesitant and said with difficulty, "Our pill expanding hall has never lacked elixirs, you see." As he spoke, he looked towards Xiao Tiantian's head. Xiao Tiantian was taken aback. She gritted her teeth and removed the golden hairpin from her hair. Handing it over, she said, "This little sister doesn't have anything good. This was left behind by my late mother. It should be worth a few silvers. I'll use this to exchange with senior brother." "Oh, isn't that bad?" Zhong Xiaohua said, but her eyes were fixed on it. "Ha ha," Xiao Tiantian forced a smile. "It's nothing, it's just a memento. It's worth it to exchange it for a beautiful and youthful whitening." After speaking, she forcefully stuffed it into Zhong Xiaohua's hands. Zhong Xiaohua pinched it fondly and returned it. "How about this, junior sister Xiao? I don't have the elixir with me. You can take the jade bottle and follow me to the small courtyard of the pill expanding hall." "Oh, forget it. Let's go to your Misty Hall's territory." "Yes, your senior brother Zhong's courtyard. How about this? We'll have a fair trade. Let your senior brother Zhong be the witness. Don't say that I'm blindly bidding just because I have the elixir. No, senior brother Ren is the fairest. I'm willing to do it." Xiao Tiantian smiled and said, "Then it's a deal. I'll go get the jade bottle and meet you in senior brother Zhong's courtyard." "Okay." Zhong Xiaohua was also happy. Thus, the two of them went their separate ways. Zhong Xiaohua naturally didn't need to return to the small courtyard of the pill expanding hall. As she walked towards Zhong Xiaohu's residence, she was secretly delighted, I didn't expect that the female disciples of this misty school are also women. As the ancient saying goes, a woman's copper coin is the best. As long as it's related to face, no matter if it's rouge, face powder, or a whitening elixir, they will go crazy. A few days ago, I was still feeling sorry for the 10,000-year-old sky stalactite milk and thought that it was a waste to bathe second brother. Now, I've found a reason not to waste it. This person's character is too good. As Zhong Xiaohua thought about it, she walked into Zhong Xiaohu's courtyard and saw Zhong Xiaohu walking slowly in the courtyard. He was probably stretching his muscles. When he saw Zhong Xiaohua walking in, he couldn't help but smile. Eh? Why are you so happy? Could it be that something good has happened? Hee. Of course it's a happy occasion. When Zhong Xiaohu heard this, he also stopped and said, quickly say, what's the good news? Haha, you're going to be rich. -3. Chapter 755. I'm going to be rich. Zhong Xiaohu was baffled and said, how come I don't know? Besides, I'm going to be rich. Why are you so happy? Hee. Zhong Xiaohua ignored him. Seeing that there was no one in the courtyard, she flashed into the place where Zhong Xiaohu used to bathe. Not bad. The wooden bucket filled with bathwater was still placed in the corner. There was still a faint fragrance coming from the wooden bucket. Knowing that Xiao Tiantian would come over soon, Zhong Xiaohua didn't delay. She reached out and took out a few empty jade bottles. She pointed her finger and a seal was cast. Some water was absorbed into the jade bottles, and the whitening elixir was completed. Zhong Xiaohua released her divine sense and happily scanned the elixir in the jade bottles. Her heart still ached. Although the majority of the elixir was water and wasn't worth mentioning, the tiny amount of heaven stalactite emitted a kind of spiritual energy that was very similar to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If she exchanged it with a golden hairpin, it wasn't worth it. Urari, who asked me to be a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex? Zhong Xiaohua found an explanation for herself. Immediately, she put the jade bottles filled with whitening elixir into her bosom. Looking at the bucket full of whitening elixir, Zhong Xiaohua extended her hand and put it into her belt. The secret of exclusive management was to make the source of things mysterious. Zhong Xiaohua learned this by herself. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua come out empty-handed, Zhong Xiaohu was very puzzled and asked, why did you go to the room where I bathe? What else could there be besides bath water? Oh, I listened to you and never poured the water. Just as they were talking, they heard hurried footsteps outside the door. It seemed that there was more than one person. Zhong Xiaohua said to Zhong Xiaohu, second brother, look, business is here. As she spoke, she stuffed the few jade bottles in her bosom into Zhong Xiaohu's bosom. What's going on? Zhong Xiaohu reached out to take out the jade bottles, but at this moment, someone knocked on the door. Zhong Xiaohu glared at Zhong Xiaohua. He stretched out his empty hand from his bosom and said loudly, who is it? Come in. The courtyard door was pushed open, and not only was Xiao Tiantian gasping for breath, there was also a slightly plump female disciple following behind her. This female disciple's figure was passable, but there were many red spots on her face. When the two of them came in, they bowed and said, greetings, senior brother Zhong. When Zhong Xiaohu saw the two of them, he was very surprised and said, junior martial sister Xiao? Junior sister Yi? What are you doing here? Although Zhong Xiaohu was a direct disciple of the Misty School, he was a male disciple after all. Usually, only Chang'e and Chen Chen came to his small courtyard. Among the female disciples of Yuan Mingzue Hall, only Chang'e and Chen Chen often came. Junior sisters like Xiao Tiantian had never come in. Xiao Tiantian was also embarrassed and said with a smile, I have some matters to discuss with senior brother Ren. As she said that, she said to Zhong Xiaohua, senior brother Ren, I have brought the jade bottles, but... As she said that, she turned to look at junior martial sister Yi and said apologetically, but when I came here just now, I met junior martial sister Yi. She also insisted on coming. Zhong Xiaohu was very surprised and asked, junior brother Ren, what kind of play are you singing? How did you get in touch with a disciple of my Misty Hall? What matter do you have that you want to discuss with me here? Zhong Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, Senior brother Zhong, it's like this. I originally had a business to discuss with junior marshal sister Xiao and wanted you to be the witness so that she wouldn't regret it in the future and look for me to settle old scores. But junior marshal sister Xiao actually brought another person over. Then, this business will make things difficult for me. Senior brother Ren. You. We've already discussed it. You. How can you go back on your word? Xiao Tiantian said anxiously. But I only have one bottle left. Junior marshal sister Yi also came, and I think she needs this more. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Zhong Xiaohua said shamelessly. Hearing that, junior marshal sister Yi's face was filled with joy and said, That's great, senior brother Ren. I knew you were a good person. I will remember your kindness in the future. Zhong Xiaohua rolled his eyes and thought to himself, What good will it do me if you work like an ox or a horse to remember my good deeds? Following that, she rubbed her thumb and index finger together. Junior marshal sister Yi came to her senses and took out a small cloth bag from her bosom. She handed it over and said, Senior brother Ren, this is a little something from me. Please accept it, junior marshal sister Yi. You. Xiao Tiantian was furious. She pointed at Zhong Xiaohua and said, Senior marshal brother Ren, I came first. I also told you in advance. You actually turned your back on me? Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and said, But I didn't receive any deposit from you. It's just empty words. You can't say anything about me, right? You. Xiao Tiantian was about to cry. She gritted her teeth and took out a small satin bag from her bosom. She said, This is. Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Zhong Xiaohu said angrily, All of you, stop. Then, he turned to Zhong Xiaohua and said, Junior brother Ren, if you want me to be a notary, you have to tell me the whole story first. Otherwise, if my two junior marshal sisters of the Misty Hall are fighting here, and I, as their senior marshal brother, am unable to help them, how can I be a notary? How can I still be a senior marshal brother? When he said this, Xiao Tiantian and junior marshal sister Yi felt warmth in their hearts. They had never thought that this so-called senior marshal brother, who they had always looked down on, would have such a protective side. Thus, they remained silent. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she didn't feel embarrassed. She stammered, This. Senior marshal brother Zhong, I just want you to do justice. Can you just watch and don't say anything? Zhong Xiaohu shook his head. That won't do. These two are my junior marshal sisters. That means they are my family. If I don't understand something, I definitely won't be your notary. Zhong Xiaohua said angrily, Then, forget it. Since you don't want to be a notary, then don't do it. We won't let you do it, okay? I'll go find someone else. Xiao Tiantian and junior marshal sister Yi were anxious and wanted to say something. Zhong Xiaohu took a step forward and stood in front of them. He said righteously, No. Since you're already here and want to make a deal with my two junior marshal sisters, I already know about this matter. Since I already know about it, I can't just ignore it. Tell me, what's the matter? What deal? Looking at the way you're waiting for a good price, it doesn't look like a clean deal. Although Zhong Xiaohu didn't know what Zhong Xiaohua was up to, he saw his two junior marshal sisters arguing. Of course, he felt uncomfortable. When he saw Zhong Xiaohua acting suspiciously, he felt that there was something fishy going on. Who was Zhong Xiaohua? He was his biological younger brother. He had brought him up since he was young. Even if he scolded or hit him, Zhong Xiaohua wouldn't dare to fight back. This mere reprimand with righteous words was a piece of cake. This. Zhong Xiaohua's face revealed a difficult expression. She hesitated for a moment and refused to say more. Zhong Xiaohu frowned. In front of outsiders, he could only treat Zhong Xiaohua as a disciple of the Pill Tower Hall. He didn't want to force her to say anything. He only turned his head and said, Junior Marshal Sister Xiao, tell me, what's going on? Xiao Tiantian looked at the dejected Zhong Xiaohua and was also puzzled. Then, she angrily recounted what happened just now. Finally, she said, this guy said it nicely. He wants Senior Marshal Brother Zhong to be fair so that I won't regret it in the future. But, Now he wants me to compete with junior marshal sister Yi to raise the price. Tell me, isn't he too hateful? It's better to let the senior marshal brothers break his arms and legs. Zhong Xiaohu was stunned. He unconsciously looked at Zhong Xiaohua again. Zhong Xiaohua slightly blinked at him. Her left hand stroked the front of her clothes. Zhong Xiaohu was shocked. He thought of the jade bottle that Zhong Xiaohua stuffed into his arms just now. His right hand naturally took out 2 bottles from his arms. Then, he opened the lid and brought it to his nose to smell. Hey! Isn't this the bathwater from a few days ago? Zhong Xiaohu was naturally very familiar with this smell. He couldn't help but be puzzled. Xiao Tiantian at the side was stunned at first. Then, she smelled the fragrance inside and immediately became excited. She said, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhong, why do you also have this whitening elixir? This is the whitening elixir that you mentioned just now?" Zhong Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Yes, this is it. When Senior Marshal Sister Chen Chen used it, I personally smelled it." Zhong Xiaohu raised his head and fiercely glared at Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua was as honest as a shy old hen, standing there with a red face. Is this Senior Marshal Brother Zhong's jade bottle? Junior Marshal Sister Yi at the side asked tentatively. Of course it's mine," Zhong Xiaohu said without hesitation. Nonsense, what was taken out from his arms was naturally his, although it was forced by others. Then can you exchange with me? Senior Marshal Brother Zhong? Xiao Tiantian coquettishly handed over the golden jade in her hand. Exchange? Zhong Xiaohu was even more surprised. It was just his bathwater, but he could actually exchange it for a golden hairpin and a jade artifact. Immediately, Zhong Xiaohu remembered what Zhong Xiaohua meant when she rushed into the courtyard and said, "I'm rich. Why should I exchange?" Zhong Xiaohu said with a smile. The disappointment on Xiao Tiantian and Junior Marshal Sister Yi's faces was obvious. Zhong Xiaohu changed the topic and said, "What's the harm in giving it to you?" But in his heart, he said, "It's just bathwater." "Really? Senior Marshal Brother Zhong, you really want to give it to us?" Xiao Tiantian was pleasantly surprised. Junior Marshal Sister Yi also said, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhong, you might not know, but this magical elixir makes Senior Marshal Sister Chen Chen look much younger." Zhong Xiaohu's face was indifferent. "I know, what don't I know? But no matter how precious it is, as long as my junior marshal sister wants it, I will give it to her. Here, take it, 1 bottle each." The 2 of them received the 2 jade bottles and were wild with joy. They bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother Zhong. It's nothing, don't worry about it." Zhong Xiaohu waved his hand, then looked at the silent Zhong Xiaohua and said, "If there's anything in the future, come and find me, your senior marshal brother. As for the others, it's better not to believe too much." "That's right, if we knew that Senior Marshal Brother Zhong had good things here, we would have come long ago. Who would look for others?" "Oh, right, Senior Marshal Brother Zhong, do you still have these elixirs? Many people know about Senior Marshal Sister Chen Chen, they might come too." Yes, let them come." Zhong Xiaohu chuckled, but in his mind, the huge wooden barrel of his bath appeared calm. -3. Chapter 756. Not to mention how high Senior Brother Zhong had become in the hearts of Xiao Tiantian and Junior Sister Yi, just as the 2 of them were thanking him profusely and leaving the small courtyard, they heard them say from outside the door, "Greetings, Senior Sister Chang'e and Senior Sister Chen Chen." Well, the regulars of Zhong Xiaohu's small courtyard had come. When Zhong Xiaohu heard the sound, he didn't have time to ask Zhong Xiaohua in detail and slowly walked to the door. At this time, outside the small courtyard, Xiao Tiantian and Junior Sister Yi had already roughly explained the matter. Then, they pursed their lips and looked back at Zhong Xiaohu, who had just walked out of the small courtyard. They ran away happily while laughing. Chang'e and Chen Chen were also baffled. Seeing that there was no one around, they immediately asked, "Xiaohu, what's going on?" According to Chen Chen, wasn't this elixir given to her by Xiaohua? How did it suddenly become yours? Zhong Xiaohu smiled bitterly and said, "I also don't know what's going on. Just now, Xiaohua gave me a few jade bottles as soon as she entered the courtyard, and then the two junior sisters came. I just wanted to ask Xiaohua the reason, and you came. Xiaohua, here with you? Oh, that's great. Chang'e said as she rushed into the courtyard. Are you kidding me, Chang'e? I'm the patient. Didn't you come here to visit me? Zhong Xiaohu shouted very miserably behind her. Chen Chen didn't follow closely this time. She supported Zhong Xiaohu and said, Senior brother, don't blame senior sister. She's anxious. What's your senior sister anxious about? Zhong Xiaohu was quite puzzled. Hehe, senior brother doesn't know that after I used the elixir given to me by Zhong Xiaohua last time, the effect was surprisingly good. As a result, it was noticed by the other junior sisters. The pimples on my face. Hehe, I don't know if senior brother, you guys don't have these things on your faces, but most of us female disciples have them. Although it's not a big deal, isn't it not too beautiful? Moreover, when I applied the magical elixir to my face yesterday, they actually said that I looked much younger. Do you think that they wouldn't go crazy? Junior sister Xiao is quite straightforward. She kept asking me. In the end, I had no choice but to tell her that it was given to her by Ren Xiaoyaro of the Tuodu Hall. So, she directly went to Zhong Xiaohua. As for the other junior sisters, they feel that they don't have a good relationship with the Pill Repository Hall and are afraid of being rebuffed. They only think of you, senior martial brother, as his savior. Other people's faces might not work, but your face will definitely work. Of course, many of them have met you once, but they all know that senior sister Chang'e often looks at you. So, since last night, many junior sisters have tried every means to talk to senior sister Chang'e. Ha ha ha, senior brother, you don't know that in our Minxue Hall, senior sister Xia was outstanding, and even senior sister Chang'e couldn't compare with her. Today, senior sister Chang'e's popularity has increased. After listening to Chen Chen's explanation, the two slowly walked back to the small courtyard. Zhong Xiaohu was happy for Chang'e's situation, but at the same time, he was a little uneasy. He knew best what the whitening elixir was. Thinking that the bathwater was applied to the faces of a group of young and beautiful female disciples, wasn't this a little too much? Inside the courtyard, Chang'e had also asked. With a face full of admiration, he said, Little flower, how are you so amazing? You can actually refine such a miraculous pill elixir. Previously, when I saw Chang'e wiping it, I didn't pay much attention to it. Looks like I'll have to ask you for some too. Damn Zhong Xiaohu's face changed color immediately. He stared at Zhong Xiaohua fiercely and said secretly, Refining elixir? I don't know how this guy coaxed Chang'e. Then, he immediately stopped her and said, Don't listen to his nonsense. Chang'e, your skin is so good, and you are so young and beautiful. You don't need this at all. Chang'e said angrily, Won't I grow old in the future? Do you only want others to be beautiful, but not me? Do you want this fertile water to flow to other people's fields? Hehe, I know, you are tired of looking at my face. No way. Zhong Xiaohua next to her was a little stunned. Is this the gentle sister Chang'e? Does this whitening have such a charm for every woman? Zhong Xiaohu surprised Zhong Xiaohua even more. With a fawning look, he said with a smile, Look at what you said. How can I be like what you said? I am just. At this point, he didn't know how to explain. He said in his heart, You are right. It's just some fertile water. It's not a pity that it flows. But if I let you apply it on your face, then, he stared at Zhong Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, you say it. With this glare and scolding, Chang'e couldn't take it anymore and said, You're still blaming Little Blossom? Look at what you've done, and look at what Little Blossom has done. I don't think you're acting like an older brother at all. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he lowered his head and stood at the side obediently. He looked like a wronged little wife who had been bullied. What did I do? Zhong Xiaohu widened his eyes and was very puzzled. Didn't you see how much Xiaohua did for you? Chang'e was quite disappointed and said, Xiaohua worked hard to refine the precious elixir liquid. In order to accumulate popularity for you, he gave it away so easily. You didn't even say a word of thanks, and, well, even if Xiaohua is your brother, It's fine if you don't thank him. How can you talk to him in such a tone? Is it because you are his brother? That's right, senior brother Zhong. Zhong Xiaohua didn't do anything wrong. Why are you so angry? Chen Chen also helped from the side. After hearing this, Zhong Xiaohu had already understood the meaning of Chang'e. Of course, he also knew why Zhong Xiaohua stuffed the jade bottle into his arms and deliberately made things difficult for Xiao Tiantian and junior sister Yi. However, this magical whitening elixir liquid was not the elixir liquid that Zhong Xiaohua worked hard to refine, but the bathwater that he used every day before. He. Zhong Xiaohu pointed at Zhong Xiaohua and didn't say anything for a long time. Yes, how could he dare to say anything about the bathwater? Moreover, this was also his brother's painstaking effort. It could establish his prestige among the female disciples, and it would also be of great help to him when he became the chief disciple in the future. There was also Chang'e. He heard that she was also very popular now. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua whispered, "Sister Chang'e, this is also my fault. This thing was originally a secret. When I saw the pimples on Chen Chen's face that day, I gave it to her to use. I didn't know the effect inside was so good, and my second brother didn't know either. Today's matter was also because I met Xiao Tiantian outside. She tried to get close to me. At first, I didn't understand what was going on. The matter of asking my second brother to come forward was also a temporary idea. I didn't explain it to him yet, but she came to him. It's normal for him to blame me." After hearing this, Chang'e's face eased and she smiled. Xiaohua is sensible and always thinks about her brother. Then, she said to Zhong Xiaohu, "You should learn more from Xiaohua in the future. She is much younger than you and knows a lot of things. You will be the chief disciple in the future. You can't lose face for me, for us." "That's right. Just now, I heard Xiao Tiantian and junior sister Yi call my second brother senior brother Zhong," Zhong Xiaohua said timely. Really? Chang'e and Chen Chen asked with a smile. "Well, there is such a thing. I didn't expect it." Zhong Xiaohu at this time also lowered his eyebrows and looked like a little wife. Chang'e didn't know whether she was satisfied with Zhong Xiaohu's attitude or with others calling Zhong Xiaohu senior brother Zhong. Her face was bright like spring flowers and she said, well, you have some achievements." Then she said to Zhong Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, how many elixir liquids do you have? You don't know that these two junior sisters have been looking for me like crazy. It's all Chen Chen's fault. Can't you just say nothing?" Chen Chen also looked aggrieved. She stood beside Zhong Xiaohu and didn't speak. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister Chang'e has wronged Chen Chen. If she didn't leak it out, how could my second brother have such an opportunity? This is also God helping my second brother. Xiaohua's mouth is really sweet. Don't praise me, Sister Chang'e. I will be proud." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "By the way, although there is not much elixir liquid, there is still a lot. If it is distributed evenly, it should be enough for each disciple of Mingzue Hall." "So much?" Chang'e was stunned. There is only so much of it. There won't be any more in the future. I don't have any left. I might as well give it all to my second brother at once." "Oh, no, just give it to Sister Chang'e. Second brother will owe me a big favor." "Okay." Chang'e smiled and said, "I will go back and find some jade bottles. Put some elixir liquid in each jade bottle. I will wait and see who is pleasing to the eye and give one to her. If she is not pleasing to the eye, let her wait." After that, Chang'e and Chen Chen left hand in hand with a smile. It must have been a long time since they were so elated. After the two left, Zhong Xiaohu stared at Zhong Xiaohua and said, "Tell me, what is going on?" Zhong Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "Second brother, didn't second sister-in-law say it clearly just now? Don't you understand?" "Of course I understand what your second sister-in-law said, but I don't understand what is going on with the elixir liquid you worked so hard to refine. How can you use my bathwater as precious whitening elixir liquid? And you let Chen Chen apply it on her face?" Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, "Second brother, you don't know. Do you think the bathwater you used is ordinary? This is millennium stalactite. If it were not for this thing, how could your scars heal so quickly? Ah! Millennium stalactite. Zhong Xiaohu was also surprised and felt warm in his heart for no reason. He blamed her and said, "This is an extremely rare thing in the world. You don't have to waste it like this. I will just keep it for a few more days." How can that be? If it can make second brother recover sooner, it doesn't matter how precious it is. Besides, with this thing, second brother won't have hidden marks all over his body. Zhong Xiaohu was speechless. -3. Chapter 757. Zhong Xiaohua continued, "However, the wounds on your body have healed, so the efficacy of the bathwater is still there. One day, I saw Chen Chen say that she had pimples on her face, so I gave her a little. I didn't expect it to be so effective. But, that's also the water I bathed in. How can you let Chen Chen wipe her face? Do you need to be so polite with your junior sister? Well, even if what you said is reasonable, what about now?" Zhong Xiaohu was a little helpless. Now all the female disciples in Shushan Peak are crazy. Do I have to let them all wipe my bathwater? Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously, "What's wrong with that? You are the chief disciple. Aren't they all your junior sisters? It's just the difference between one junior sister and many junior sisters." But, Zhong Xiaohu said and didn't know what to say. Anyway, Chen Chen, Xiao Tiantian, and junior sister Yi had all wiped their faces. Did he still care about hundreds of other junior sisters? Zhong Xiaohua said again, "Maybe some of them will wipe it on their bodies." Second brother. You. Zhong Xiaohu looked at Zhong Xiaohua. He really couldn't figure out why he would have such wretched thoughts. He could only criticize, "But you're talking about some whitening elixir. Why don't you get some clear water and add a little 10,000-year stalactite? It's better than the real bathwater." "Forget it, second brother. Didn't you just say that the millennium stalactite is so precious that you don't even want to use it? Do you think it's appropriate to waste my millennium stalactite just for the glory of the female disciples of Mingzue Hall?" Zhong Xiaohua was a little indignant. "But, you can't lie." Zhong Xiaohu felt that his request was a little too much, so his tone softened a lot. "Lie?" Zhong Xiaohua sneered, "If it's a lie, where are the pimples on Chen Chen's face? If others say she's young, it's even more of a lie. I'm not talking about this, I'm talking about you using bathwater to pass off as a pill elixir." Zhong Xiaohu shouted, "What you're doing is immoral. Impersonate? Morality?" Zhong Xiaohua sneered and said, "My bathwater has these magical effects. It's just a change of name. Morality? Needless to say, there are so many people in this world who fish for fame. Why don't I see them talking about morality?" Soon after, he looked at the faint floating clouds in the sky. A mocking smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Perhaps second brother doesn't know. Do you still remember when I was recovering from my injuries at the Lotus Escort Agency?" Zhong Xiaohu stared blankly, then said, "Of course I remember. At that time, the bones in your left hand were broken. I was so distressed that I thought you'd be disabled for the rest of your life, not to mention practicing martial arts. But looking at it now, your martial arts. TSK, it's simply unimaginable." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm not talking about this. At that time, when I was lying on the Kang to recuperate, I also followed Li Jinfeng to learn how to write. In order to let me pass the time, young Master Li let me read a lot of books. Oh, I remember. Second brother, I almost forgot to tell you. The Li Yinfeng we saved that year is young Master Li's younger sister. She married sister-in-law's big brother Liu Kai." "Huh? Is that so? That's great. Big brother Liu isn't young. It's really not easy to find a suitable wife." Zhong Xiaohu was also happy. Zhong Xiaohua looked at Zhong Xiaohu, who didn't seem to have any other expression. After thinking for a while, she said, "Actually, Li Yinfeng took care of mother and father for a long time in our house because she wanted to wait for you to come back." "Did she have any feelings for you before?" "What? Feelings for me?" Zhong Xiaohu pointed at his nose and said in surprise, "Are you sure? This I didn't know anything about this. Then, he remembered that Zhong Xiaohua said that Li Yinfeng was already married. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, luckily, she found Liu Kai. It can be considered a match made in heaven. If she waited for me, I don't know how long it would take. Then, he said, you said that young Master Li gave you books to read. Why did it run to his sister's place? Hehe, I thought of it so I told you. I wanted to let you know that you also let down a beauty's heart. Pei, Zhong Xiaohu spat and said, as if you didn't do it. Zhong Xiaohua sighed and said, Ian, speaking of the books that young Master Li gave me, there were some foreign customs. Inside, there were records of. Zhong Xiaohu's curiosity was also aroused and asked, what were the records of? Speaking of which, it's strange. The books said that there was a place, but I don't know the name. The people there were all smart people who lived in harmony. But after a long time, there were some people who tried to curry favor. In order to make huge profits, they began to think of all ways to earn money. Zhong Xiaohu disagreed. The ancients said, a gentleman loves money, but he obtains it through the right way. As long as they use the right way to earn it, it's easy to talk about anything. It's a pity. Although they know this principle, they immediately lose their rationality when they encounter another old saying, laugh at the poor but not at the prostitutes. Zhong Xiaohua sighed and said, do you still remember the story that Grandma told us in the past? There was a kind of fish called pufferfish. The taste was very delicious. Some people risked their lives to taste it for the sake of their appetite. Some people died immediately after eating it, but some people ate it and were fine. So, in the future, there were more people who continued to risk their lives to taste it because of the possibility of not dying. Perhaps the people there have this kind of idea. Their behavior of earning money is simply unimaginable. For example, in the cornbread that we usually eat, they actually put realgar on the outside in order to look good. Second brother must know about realgar. That's something that even poisonous snakes are afraid of. They actually put it on the outside of the cornbread just to sell it for 2 more copper coins. Impossible, right? How can they joke about people's lives? Zhong Xiaohua's face was full of disbelief. What is this? These cornbread are not good cornbread. They are moldy and infested with worms. They also put a kind of poison on the pork that died of the plague. Because when the poison is put on the pork that died of the plague, it will emit a fragrance like that of a cow. Not only can they sell the pig that died of the plague, but they can also sell it for a higher price. What a lunatic. What are these people thinking? Is it just because of the smell of money? Zhong Xiaohua shook her head. Also, not only do they harm the adults, they also put a kind of highly poisonous arsenic in a kind of milk and sell it to children who are less than a month old. Because this kind of poison is in the milk, the taste of the milk is more fragrant and can be sold for more copper coins. This. Zhong Xiaohu was extremely angry. He slammed his palm down on the tree trunk beside him. Even his fingers were bleeding. If these people are in front of me, I will definitely slap them to death. But, Zhong Xiaohua said with a somewhat mocking tone, these people are not just 1 or 2. There are thousands of them, including peddlers, merchants, and even officials. Can you kill them all alone? Moreover, if you kill these people, there will be thousands of people who will step in and do these disgusting things for money. Can you kill them all? This. Zhong Xiaohu was at a loss for words. That's not all. It's not like you'll lose your life immediately. It's just that your body will be damaged over time. What's more, just like the pufferfish I mentioned earlier, there's also a type called the swordfish. It's delicious, but it's produced in small quantities. Every year, many people would think of all sorts of ways to inject a heavy poison into the body of the swordfish to increase its weight. Can't they use other things? It will only increase the weight. How can that be? It's just that this poison is cheap. It doesn't cost more than a few copper coins. It's also easy to put it into the fish's stomach. It won't be discovered by others. Once it changes hands, it will be a large amount of silver. It won't be easy to choose other things. Zhong Xiaohu said sadly, human nature has been reduced to a servant of money. Perhaps only the skin on the body can still write one's name. Zhong Xiaohua coughed again. Also, in order to make the rouge and powder sold to women more beautiful, they directly put arsenic into it. The women who buy the rouge can maintain some of their beauty when they are young, but how many of them can survive when they are old? Even if they are alive, they will be terminally ill and on the verge of death. Sometimes, the women there know that there is arsenic in the rouge and powder, but they still use it. They even use the rouge and powder that contains arsenic as a standard of identity. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Zhong Xiaohu nodded and said, I understand what you mean. It's fine as long as you understand what I mean. Second brother, the reason why I used the bathwater to make the elixir is because I don't want to waste this precious stone milk. Think about it, this stone milk that I have is of a genuine value was able to help you win back the support of hundreds of female disciples in Mingzue Hall. If you can do the same with bathwater that doesn't have the stone milk, would a person who has lost his mind due to the stench of money add this stone milk into the elixir? And by doing this, aren't I more noble than them by 1,000,000 times? Zhong Xiaohu seemed to be moved. After a moment of silence, he said, Oh, what about those people who were harmed by this poison? What was their final fate? If I can help, wouldn't it be? Zhong Xiaohua raised her head and looked at the many white clouds in the sky. Her gaze seemed to pass through countless time and space. She only shook her head and said, There are no records of this in the outer realm. Who knows? Everyone has their own fate, everyone has their own struggles, everyone's fate is in their own hands. Anger is not worth it, sorrow is misfortune. Perhaps we are all worried for the ancient people. We should just live our lives well. Isn't that better than anything else? Phut, Zhong Xiaohu looked at Zhong Xiaohua's pitiful face and couldn't help but laugh. Xiaohua, after talking for so long and saying so much, isn't it just to cover up the fact that you are passing off fake as real? Perhaps. Sometimes, if you can do the same thing with a small price, why should you pay a more expensive price? Zhong Xiaohua said leisurely. -3. Chapter 758. Zhong Xiaohu sighed. He must have been moved by Zhong Xiaohua's unbelievable experience. He said, All right, since things have already come to this, if you are not willing to take out some stone milk and mix it with clear water, then there is nothing I can do. Just look at how this used bathwater can be exchanged for the favor of the Mingzue Hall's female disciples. I am also quite tempted, let alone those people that you mentioned just now. He. Zhong Xiaohua sneered, That's right. This kind of thing is the best way to torture one's conscience. If one is not careful, one's conscience will be obliterated. After a long time, one will not know what conscience is. Zhong Xiaohu rubbed his chest and said, Fortunately, this matter only makes me feel a little uneasy. There is no need to burn my conscience. Then, he changed the topic and said worriedly, That's right, there are many female disciples in the Mingzue Hall. Although my wooden bucket is big, 1 bottle per person may not be enough. Zhong Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, If the wooden bucket is not enough, then use the water jar. Didn't you want to mix it with clear water? Then mix the bath water with clear water, then. Zhong Xiaohu hesitated, wouldn't that be going against my conscience even more? Faint Zhong Xiaohua almost fell down. She said helplessly, Since I have already lied, why don't I lie to the end? If a few female disciples don't get a share and bear a grudge against you, wouldn't I be doing more harm than good? I might as well not do it. All right, I can only take one step at a time. Zhong Xiaohu helplessly led Zhong Xiaohua to the small kitchen in the courtyard. There were 3 large water jars in the house. They were all filled with water. It seemed that the other disciples who were doing odd jobs had just filled them up. Zhong Xiaohua did not hide it. In front of Zhong Xiaohu, she took out the water bucket from her belt. She evenly distributed the fertilizer used by Zhong Xiaohu to the 3 water jars. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua juggling the water bucket, Zhong Xiaohu was amazed. But when he saw Zhong Xiaohua pouring the bath water into the water jar, he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He could only mutter, I have boarded a pirate ship. He forgot to ask how the wooden bucket was taken out. In fact, Zhong Xiaohu knew in his heart that the elixir made by his brother was like this. It was just that he took a bath in the middle. Then, Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, Second brother, I will put this bucket back. Otherwise, if second sister-in-law and Chen Chen see it, I will not be forgiven." As she said, she was ready to go out. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohu, who was standing behind her, asked seriously, "Xiaohua, do you think the female disciples of Mingsue Hall will use this whitening elixir on their bodies?" Damn it! Zhong Xiaohua immediately fell to the ground. Just now he was hurriedly scolding her, but now he was thinking, so much. Zhong Xiaohua got up from the ground. Without looking back, she said in a low voice, "It's easy to let them use it. You just have to secretly tell a female disciple that this whitening elixir seems to have the effect of breast enlargement." Hey tilde Zhong Xiaohu asked curiously, "Why do you have to secretly tell a female disciple and say seems to?" Zhong Xiaohua stopped in his tracks and turned back. "You're whispering to a female disciple. Others will definitely ask about it. Are female disciples the type to keep secrets? The more mysterious and the more they don't want to let others know, the faster it will spread from their mouths. As for the word seems to, it means that you don't know whether this elixir has the effect of breast enlargement. As for whether to try it or not, it's the female disciple's problem. Even if it doesn't work, it has nothing to do with you. After all, you just said seems to, but you aren't very sure." Can the female disciples who hear this sentence resist this possible temptation? Don't worry, as long as you whisper my words, all the female disciples on Shushin Peak tomorrow will be smeared with your bath water. After that, she heard hurried footsteps outside the small courtyard. Chang'e and Chen Chen must have returned, so she hurriedly carried the wooden bucket and ran to the house next door, completely ignoring Zhong Xiaohu, who stayed in the kitchen with a thoughtful look on his face. When Zhong Xiaohua came back, Chang'e and Chen Chen had taken a lot of jade bottles and were pouring water into them. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua come in, Chen Chen said with a smile, "Zhong Xiaohua, you actually got so much elixir. It must have been hard on you." Chang'e also nodded, "That's right. I was afraid that there wouldn't be enough elixir because there are too many female disciples in our Misty Hall. Now it seems that as long as we use it sparingly, each of us can get half a bottle." Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand, "It's not hard on me. It's Sister Chang'e and Chen Chen who have to work hard. You have to share these. Whitening elixir. That's tiring." Then Zhong Xiaohu blinked and said, "By the way, second brother, I have something to tell you. Let Sister Chang'e do it. Don't worry about her." Zhong Xiaohu said with a smile, "I was about to tell you something, but I almost forgot that you were busy with the elixir as soon as you came in." When Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu returned to the inner room, they heard Zhong Xiaohua say with a smile, "Second brother, what do you want to say?" "You can say it." Zhong Xiaohu waved his hand, "You can say it first. My business is not urgent." "Okay then." Zhong Xiaohua didn't refuse and said, "It's like this. These 2 days, I've been refining some elixirs for Manor Head OU. I usually have a little free time. I don't want to wait for your injury to heal. Now, I'll think of a way to bring Captain He here. I'll try to treat his injury first. What do you think?" Zhong Xiaohu heard this and said with great joy, "Of course, this is a good thing. I think that although Martial Uncle his injury is serious, the time taken is shorter than Master and the others. Perhaps the sooner the Dantian is repaired, the better. In fact, the disciples of Lingxiang Peak don't pay attention to people like Martial Uncle He these 2 years. I just need to find a reason to let the disciples bring him here and let him stay here for a few days. This." Zhong Xiaohua looked around and said, "Although your small courtyard is not small, there will be disciples coming in and out. And maybe there will be more female disciples in the future. It's quite inconvenient for Captain He to stay here. This is easy to do. There is a row of empty rooms in the backyard. You just need to clean them up a little. Who would go to the backyard for no reason?" Zhong Xiaohua thought for a while and nodded, "That's good. I'll stay in your backyard. In fact, it's not good for me to come here every day. Previously, when you were seriously injured, it was reasonable for me to visit my benefactor. But now that you've recovered, it doesn't make sense for me to come here frequently." "Oh, that's reasonable. Then what should I do?" Zhong Xiaohu asked. "Cough, cough." Zhong Xiaohua coughed a few times and said, "Don't go through the main door of your small courtyard." He. Zhong Xiaohu understood a little. He knew how good Zhong Xiaohua's qinggong was. She could fly in the sky. It was simply too easy for her to come in without being noticed. Then, when should I call Marshal Uncle he here? Zhong Xiaohu asked again. The sooner the better. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, I'll go to the backyard in a while and tidy it up. Oh, right. Second brother, didn't you just say that you have something to tell me? What is it? Hehe, it's like this. Xiaohua, didn't you give me a nameless inner strength cultivation method yesterday and ask me to practice it to hide my inner strength? Ah, what's wrong, second brother? You can't have practiced it in just one day, right? I practiced that chant for a long time. Zhong Xiaohua was very surprised. No, how is that possible? Zhong Xiaohu shook his head again and again. That cultivation method is very mysterious. I can only roughly understand the front part. I don't know when I'll be able to practice it. It's just that I feel that after practicing this cultivation method, it's not realistic to practice the ethereal divine art and Su Huan mental cultivation method. Moreover, I don't know how much I can hide my inner strength after practicing this cultivation method. However, Little Blossom, perhaps what you learned is different from what I learned. I believe that as long as no one transmits true qi into my dantian and meridians, no one will be able to tell my Neigong cultivation just by looking at my appearance. I just need to practice this cultivation method together with the ethereal divine art and Su Huan mental cultivation method. When my inner strength reaches the large success stage, this cultivation method should be about the same. This is the best and most time-saving method. Ayo, isn't that so? Zhong Xiaohua slapped his forehead. He had overlooked that Zhong Xiaohu practiced martial arts and didn't need to hide his divine sense. If he only wanted to hide his inner strength, it wouldn't be as complicated as he originally thought. He also didn't need to practice the entire cultivation method. In fact, if Zhong Xiaohua wanted to know Zhong Xiaohu's inner strength, he could use his divine sense or true qi to enter Zhong Xiaohu's meridians. Just by relying on the naked eye, it was absolutely impossible to see the depth, let alone other people. If Zhong Xiaohu deliberately hid his inner strength during a normal fight, it was really difficult for anyone to see the flaw. Second brother's words are very reasonable. I've thought too much. Zhong Xiaohua said apologetically, however, second brother, this cultivation method is very mysterious. If you want to hide it from the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak, it's best to practice this cultivation method together with other inner strength. Then what does second brother mean? Do you want to start practicing the Su Huan mental cultivation method? But your injuries? Zhong Xiaohua said with some worry. Zhong Xiaohu stretched his arms and kicked his legs, saying, with a great divine doctor like you, what is there to be afraid of with this body of mine? Moreover, didn't you say that my dantian and meridians didn't suffer any damage? Practicing inner strength shouldn't be a problem. That's right, although I haven't really practiced the ethereal divine art these few days, I can feel that the inner strength in my body is still increasing. If a period of time passes, the inner strength of the ethereal divine art will be too strong. It seems to be unfavorable for practicing the Su Huan mental cultivation method. Second brother, since you have more than 20 years of cultivation, as long as your dantian is repaired, the damaged inner strength will naturally be slowly cultivated back. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, since second brother wants to practice the Su Huan mental cultivation method, then I'll try to see if I can help you. But, if it doesn't work, second brother, don't blame me. Although she had heard from Yang Ruping that day that the people of the immortal Tao might have a successful example of this joint practice, she didn't say how to deal with it. Zhong Xiaohua could only feel the stones and cross the river. -3. Chapter 759. Then, Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, since you want to help second brother, Captain, he should wait for a while. I'll clean the backyard and let you use it first. The backyard was behind the house where Zhong Xiaohu lived. Through a small door in the yard, they could see that there were several small rooms with some odds and ends. Zhong Xiaohua moved quickly and cleaned up a space in the room in a short time. When she was about to do something else, she was stopped by Zhong Xiaohu and said, the rest needs to be done carefully. Let Chang'e and Chen do it. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, They are accumulating popularity for you. Are you willing to let them be disturbed? Zhong Xiaohu said with a smile, of course, popularity needs to be accumulated, but housework also needs to be done. As he said, he walked out of the room. Zhong Xiaohua had to follow him out. They came to the kitchen. In a short time, half of the elixir liquid in a water tank was gone. It was unknown how many times Chang'e and Chen Chen had gone back and how many jade bottles they had filled. Seeing them come in, Chen Chen smiled and said, "Senior brother, do you want to help us deliver the elixir?" Zhong Xiaohu glanced at Chang'e and said, "I want to, but I can't. If I fall on the way, I'll have to lie in bed for half a month." Chang'e pursed her lips and said, "I'm afraid you want to deliver the elixir. Several of the most beautiful female disciples of Mingxue Hall are talking about senior brother Zhong." Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohu didn't dare to go further on this topic. He just smiled and told them about the cleaning of the backyard. Chen Chen said curiously, "That house is just for storing odds and ends. Why do you clean it up? Do you want to?" Zhong Xiaohua almost laughed in his heart. This woman's imagination is really amazing. Zhong Xiaohu said awkwardly, "Why does this senior brother of mine have such an image in your eyes?" After that, she told them that she was going to treat He Tianshu. Chang'e and Chen Chen were both surprised when they heard it. They looked at each other and said, "Zhong Xiaohua, can you really do it?" Although Zhong Xiaohua had previously told them about this matter, and Zhong Xiaohu's dantian had also been repaired using the Meridian's nourishing pill, but when they thought about how He Tianshu's limbs had been crushed, and his dantian and meridians had been destroyed, even the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak had said that he was a cripple, so they couldn't help but ask. Zhong Xiaohua touched her nose and said, "I'm not very sure either, but I can't just watch Captain He and the others go on like this. If I can, I still have to try." "All right." Chang'e seemed to understand Zhong Xiaohua's temper. She would never say for sure. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua had already agreed, she said, "Xiaohu, go and get the bedding in the house. We'll go to the backyard to clean it up." After that, she pulled Chen Chen and ran out. Sure enough, when Zhong Xiaohua took the bedding and followed Zhong Xiaohu back to the house had already changed. Zhong Xiaohua praised, as the saying goes, professional things should be done by professionals. "If I had known, I wouldn't have moved just now. It's nothing, it's nothing. We're just trying our best. It's far from being as kind as you are. Little Blossom, I'll leave the matter of Martial Uncle He and the other martial uncles to you. The revival of the Misty sect depends on you," Chang Ji said seriously. "Don't worry, Sister Chang'e. I've already made fake medicine for Misty School. Why would I care about contributing a little more?" "I've made fake medicine for Misty School?" Chen Chen asked curiously, "What does that mean?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Chen Chen, come closer. I have a little secret to tell you." As expected, Chen Chen put her ear close to Zhong Xiaohua's and heard Zhong Xiaohua whispering something in her ear. She immediately forgot to ask, and her face gradually turned red. She looked down from time to time, seemingly aiming for the slightly bulging chest. Naughty Tilda Zhong Xiaohu immediately knew what she was talking about. Sure enough, after Zhong Xiaohua finished, Chen Chen asked shyly, "Zhong Xiaohua, what you said is true?" Zhong Xiaohua said seriously, "It seems so. I'm not sure either. After all, I can't test it." Chang'e asked curiously, "Xiaohua, what are you talking about?" Chen Chen went forward and pulled Chang'e's hand. "Senior sister, we're done here. Let's go. The other junior sisters are still waiting for us." After saying that, she dragged Chang'e out of the room. "You." Zhong Xiaohu waited for the two of them to leave before pointing at Zhong Xiaohua and saying, "You really said it." Zhong Xiaohua said innocently, "I only said it seems so, guess, probably, sigh, fine." "You're right." Zhong Xiaohu sighed and said, "I'll go get the elemental pill. Let's start now. I'm afraid that the Vice Hall Master from Lingering Fragrance Peak will come and watch me consume the elemental pill. That would be bad." After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhong Xiaohua bared her teeth and said, "Hehe, you're still pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of me." Zhong Xiaohu's body swayed twice before he stabilized himself. He shook his head and walked outside. Not long after, Zhong Xiaohu returned with the universal pill and the universal pill. Zhong Xiaohua took the jade bottle and opened it to smell the pill. She nodded and said, "The medicinal smell of this pill isn't very strong. It seems that the level of refinement is quite high. It's really a pill used by Lingxiang Peak. Moreover, the medicinal properties of this pill are more gentle. It's suitable for cultivating cold attribute internal energy." After saying that, she asked Zhong Xiaohu to sit cross-legged on the bedding. She also sat in front of him and channeled her true qi into his meridians. Just like what Zhong Xiaohu said, after not seeing him for a few days, the internal energy in his meridians had increased by quite a bit. In his dantian, the place where the medicinal properties of the meridian nourishing pill gathered had been completely repaired. It was no different from before. Furthermore, the medicinal properties of the meridian nourishing pill were still in his dantian. Perhaps it was because Zhong Xiaohu had been warned by Zhong Xiaohua that he didn't dare to refine the medicinal properties. Ever since Zhong Xiaohua eavesdropped on the conversation between young Ruping and Aunt Qin in the Misty Hall, she had been pondering over the matter of Zhong Xiaohu cultivating two types of internal energy at the same time. However, there wasn't any jade slip that recorded this, so she didn't know how to help. With just an illusory story, it really made things difficult for her. In fact, in Zhong Xiaohua's opinion, no matter which school of internal energy cultivation method he cultivated, as long as his heart was from the Misty school, it would be fine. However, Zhong Xiaohu didn't think so. He was originally willing to cultivate the Misty divine art. Since the cult leader of the fragrant cult had given him the universal pill, it was impossible for him not to cultivate it. Thus, he would cultivate both at the same time. In addition, at this time, Zhong Xiaohu's meridians already had the internal energy of the Misty divine art. Zhong Xiaohua could only help Zhong Xiaohu through this process of yin and yang harmonization. Zhong Xiaohua whispered, "Second brother, concentrate all the internal energy in your body into your dantian. Don't let it run amok in your meridians." Zhong Xiaohu followed her words and converged all the internal energy into his dantian. Zhong Xiaohua immediately sent a wisp of Zhen Qi to wrap the internal energy in his dantian into a ball. Then, she threw a universal pill into Zhong Xiaohu's mouth. The universal pill melted in his mouth and turned into an ice-cold medicinal power that rushed into Zhong Xiaohu's dantian. Follow the incantation of the universal mental cultivation method and refine the medicinal power. Remember, you have to refine it bit by bit. Don't be greedy. Zhong Xiaohua whispered into Zhong Xiaohu's ear. After receiving the hint, Zhong Xiaohu silently circulated the universal mental cultivation method in his heart and refined the medicinal power bit by bit. As the medicinal power of the universal pill was refined, the first trace of universal mental cultivation method's internal energy was produced. Then, it slowly flowed through Zhong Xiaohu's meridians according to the universal mental cultivation method's circulation path. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly realized that the universal mental cultivation method's internal energy was not only terrifyingly cold, but the circulation path was also different from the Misty divine art. After circulating one cycle, the internal energy returned to the dantian. Zhong Xiaohua sent another trace of true energy over and wrapped the cold internal energy. Then, she instructed Zhong Xiaohu to slowly refine the remaining medicinal power and wrap the cold internal energy with his true energy. Soon after, she whispered, "Second brother, I'm going to try to release these two types of internal energy. Don't circulate your cultivation method. Just sit there and don't do anything." Zhong Xiaohu nodded. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua controlled the true energy that wrapped the two types of internal energy and released two equal amounts of true energy. She also released her divine sense and tried to merge the two types of true energy together. However, the internal energy of the Misty divine art was warm while the internal energy of the universal mental cultivation method was cold. When the two different types of true energy came into contact with each other, it was as though water was poured into a pot of boiling oil. The two types of internal energy were boiling and it felt as though they were about to explode. This is bad. Don't let your dantian explode. Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly sent another trace of true energy over, wanting to wrap the two types of true energy together. However, At this time, the two types of true energy seemed to have a mind of their own. Or perhaps it was because they were attracted to each other, they suddenly intertwined with each other rapidly. At the place where the two types of true energy came into contact with each other, there was an extremely small explosion sound. The intertwining of the two types of true energy created a kind of attractive force that wanted to attract the other things in the dantian. At this time, Zhong Xiaohu's dantian only had 2 balls of internal energy wrapped with true energy and there was nothing else. This attractive force was like a tornado that sucked for a long time. It only gradually sucked in some of the medicinal power from the meridians that had not been refined. Moreover, this attractive force also sucked in some things from the meridians. With the addition of the meridian soothing pill and some other things from the meridians, the entanglement of the yin and yang inner forces became even more intense. Could it be that they are like water and fire? Zhong Xiaohua didn't know what to do next. At this moment, the medicinal power of the meridian soothing pill and the thing in the meridians reached the point where the two types of internal energy intersected. Immediately, the light popping sound gradually decreased until it finally subsided. Could it be that they fused together like this? Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself. Just as Zhong Xiaohua was about to let out a sigh of relief, the two types of true energy that were originally calm suddenly began to swell as if they had been injected with medicinal herbs. Not good, it's going to explode. Zhong Xiaohua thought anxiously. -3. Chapter 760. Zhong Xiaohua was shocked when she saw the two types of inner energy mixed together. It was as if they had been injected with an excited herb. Without thinking, she sent all the vital energy in her body into Zhong Xiaohu's dantian, enveloping the increasingly large inner energy. Zhong Xiaohua, on the other hand, was filled with regret. He regretted that he had been too arrogant, thinking that he could face all difficulties head-on with the immortal Dao's Junqi. He had easily pushed his second brother's martial path and even his life into a desperate situation of life and death. Large beads of sweat instantly dripped from Zhong Xiaohua's forehead. Zhong Xiaohu was well aware of the abnormality in his inner energy. He was shocked, alarmed, and flustered at first, but when he opened his eyes and saw his younger brother's pale face and the sweat on his forehead, these negative emotions were immediately swept away. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't dare to. He was afraid that his words would affect Zhong Xiaohua's cultivation. At this moment, the situation was getting more and more urgent. Zhong Xiaohu's meridians and dantian were all refined from martial arts inner energy. They couldn't withstand Zhong Xiaohua's immortal vital energy. However, because Zhong Xiaohua was anxious, she sent in too much vital energy. Zhong Xiaohua's meridians immediately began to tear. The tearing was very painful and sudden, so Zhong Xiaohu accidentally groaned. Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. She opened her eyes and asked, "Second brother, hold on a little longer. I'll be done soon." Although these words were comforting, Zhong Xiaohua was still a little panicked. She was almost crying. When Zhong Xiaohu saw this, he pursed his lips and smiled. "It's fine. Xiaohua, take your time." That day, Vice Hall Master Zhong's law enforcement disciple was 100 times stronger than this, but I wasn't afraid. "What are you doing? Moreover, even if your dantian is broken, don't we still have the meridian nourishing pill? What are you afraid of?" Zhong Xiaohua forced a smile and didn't dare to say anything. She calmed her mind and controlled the vital energy entering her dantian. The immortal vital energy was indeed domineering. As Zhong Xiaohua sent in more vital energy, it actually wrapped around the two types of inner energy. It no longer expanded, but the size of this vital energy was almost the same as Zhong Xiaohu's dantian. What should we do? Using vital energy to wrap up the inner energy is only a temporary solution. We can't always stay in second brother's dantian. She opened her eyes and looked at Zhong Xiaohu. At this moment, she had already closed her eyes quietly, as if nothing had happened. Zhong Xiaohua sighed and also closed her eyes. However, her mind was spinning like a wheel. She wanted to find a good method in her memory. Unfortunately, after flipping through several cultivation methods, there was no content in this area. Restriction. Zhong Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. If the restriction was inserted into Zhong Xiaohu's dantian and wrapped up the inner energy, then there shouldn't be any danger. Of course, the consequences were obvious. Zhong Xiaohu wouldn't be able to cultivate any inner energy in the future. This dantian was completely filled with restrictions. Without a better method, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but be confused. The words fusion, yin and yang vital energy, and expansion kept flashing in her mind. Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua seemed to think of something. It was like a bright light illuminating a dark room. Yin and yang vital energy. Zhong Xiaohua suddenly understood. She suddenly thought of the scene at the bottom of the mountain in the Yulan Grand Canyon, next to the extremely cold pool, when she picked the two black and white fruits. Needless to say, the fruits were black and white. They must be of opposite attributes. They originally grew separately, but when she picked them, she accidentally put them in the same jade box. Thus, the two black and white fruits inevitably fused together. What about their fusion? It was like the fusion of two different medicinal liquids in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. It actually looked like two fish. Perhaps, the ethereal divine art and Su Huan mental cultivation method could also be fused like this. However, the fusion of the black and white fruits was natural. There was no external force at all, and there was no such expansion. How could these two types of internal energy be handled? At this time, Zhong Xiaohua had already calmed down. Her mind was also a lot more flexible. An incredible idea emerged in her mind. The fusion of two kinds of elixir liquids requires a technique to fuse them. Then, can the same technique be used for internal energy? At the same time, another thought uncontrollably emerged. If it can be done like this, then can the immortal vital energy also be fused? Then, the human body, or the dantian and meridians, can it be like a pill furnace that can refine elixirs in the body? Then, what kind of elixirs can be refined with vital energy? It had to be said that Zhong Xiaohua had a flash of inspiration. She was actually able to comprehend the essence of cultivation on her own. However, this was just some comprehension. As for the actual implementation, it was not something that could be understood in a short time. Ayo! Zhong Xiaohua immediately shook her head, trying to shake these outrageous thoughts out of her mind. She grumbled inwardly, what kind of situation is this? Second brother's life is at stake, and I'm still thinking nonsense. But under the heavenly Tao, all methods return to the origin. The fusion of elixirs is not impossible. After thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua raised her head and said, Second brother, this. I'm very sorry. I didn't expect it to reach this stage. I thought that if I only released a small amount of internal energy, it wouldn't be too dangerous. Zhong Xiaohu opened his eyes and smiled. It's all right, Xiaohua. I was thinking too much before I forced you to do this. If I cultivated the Su Huan Heart Sutra or the ethereal divine art, wouldn't there be no problem? How can this be blamed on you? Second brother, actually, I just thought of an idea. It's just what? There's no but. Just do it. It's fine as long as I'm still alive. Anyway, your second sister-in-law is just outside. I'll just say a few words to her. Second brother. Zhong Xiaohua choked and said, Don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will ensure your safety. Even if I lose my martial arts, I won't let you lose your life. Father and mother still want to see you and second sister-in-law's child. At the mention of Chang'e, Zhong Xiaohu's face was filled with longing. He smiled and said, All right, then why don't you hurry up and do it? If you do it a little earlier, won't you be able to see your nephew a little earlier? Ha. Zhong Xiaohua forced a smile and said, I'll try now. However, I don't know what the consequences will be. What are you waiting for? Since you have an idea, then give it a try. Your second brother isn't a coward. Okay. Zhong Xiaohua nodded and gritted her teeth. She stretched out her left hand and formed a seal. She gathered the remaining vital energy in her body to her fingertips. Zhong Xiaohua had formed this seal countless times on Tianmu Peak and was already very familiar with it. However, when she formed the seal today, it felt as if 1,000 kilograms of stones were falling on her fingertips. She only used 5 times the time compared to usual to finish forming the seal. Seeing that the seal was completed, Zhong Xiaohua took a deep breath. She glanced at Zhong Xiaohu's calm face and pointed her finger. The seal was directed towards Zhong Xiaohu's dantian. The seal formed from vital energy hit Zhong Xiaohu's body and entered his dantian in a flash. It went so smoothly that Zhong Xiaohua didn't expect it to. Furthermore, the seal entered his dantian and entered the ball formed by Zhong Xiaohua's vital energy. As the seal entered his dantian, the ball in his dantian began to rotate slowly. With every rotation, it shrank. However, not long after, the ball gradually stopped and its size didn't change. Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed when she saw this. She hurriedly stopped the seal and continued to inject the seal into the ball. Slowly, the ball began to rotate again. The ball slowly rotated and its size gradually shrank. When Zhong Xiaohua had exhausted all the vital energy in her body, the ball slowly shrank to the size of a pea. Maybe it will work, Zhong Xiaohua thought to himself. But this time, he didn't dare to be reckless. He carefully retracted a little of the zhen qi wrapped around the ball. The ball didn't change much. He retracted a little more, but there was still no change. It wasn't until Zhong Xiaohua retracted all of his zhen qi that the 2 types of zhen qi were revealed. There was not much difference between the 2 types of vital energy. It was just like the yin-yang fruit and the liquid in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace that Zhong Xiaohua saw before. It looked like 2 fish entangled together. The place where the 2 fishes' eyes were was also a little bit of each other's vital energy. At the junction of these 2 types of vital energy, there was a layer of something that Zhong Xiaohua felt very familiar. It harmoniously bonded the 2 types of vital energy together. In addition to the medicinal power of the Meridian Nourishing Pill, there was also something similar to starlight. What is this? Zhong Xiaohua was a little surprised. It feels very familiar, but thinking about it carefully, I don't think I have seen it before. Forget it. Now is not the time to think. Zhong Xiaohua opened her eyes and said, "Second brother, how do you feel?" "Very good, incomparably good." Zhong Xiaohu naturally knew about the changes in his dantian. He replied almost without hesitation. Zhong Xiaohua naturally knew that this was second brother's comforting words. She nodded and said, "Then, I will strike while the iron is hot and deal with the rest of the vital energy first." After saying that, she didn't rest. She controlled the vital energy that was wrapped around the 2 balls of vital energy and released a small wisp of vital energy. At the same time, she wrapped the vital energy that was wrapped around the vital energy to deal with the situation that just happened. However, the situation that happened at this time made Zhong Xiaohua's jaw drop to the ground. The vital energy that was produced by the ethereal divine art and the universal pill was released was like a child that saw its mother. There was no need for Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu to do anything. It immediately floated towards the 2 balls of vital energy that were entangled together. Moreover, once it came into contact, it drilled into it and disappeared without a trace. All right. Zhong Xiaohua was even more pleasantly surprised. Each of them released 2 balls of inner strength, and the same amount of inner strength was released. Not long after, the 2 balls of inner strength were absorbed by the inner strength ball, and the size of the inner strength ball did not change at all. Strange. Zhong Xiaohua was a little surprised. -3. Chapter 761. The situation in Zhong Xiaohu's dantian at this time made Zhong Xiaohua a little surprised. Although the qi mass formed by the yin and yang inner force had already absorbed all the ethereal divine technique's inner force and the medicinal effect of the universal pill, it was still the size of a pea and did not expand at all. Previously, any inner force in Zhong Xiaohu's dantian was much bigger than this pea, but now it was forcefully compressed to such a small size. This was somewhat out of Zhong Xiaohua's understanding. However, thinking about the word fuse, Zhong Xiaohua had some understanding. When different elixir liquids were fused together, there would be some changes in the size. It was just that she didn't notice it at that time. And when the inner force was fused together, the space it occupied would be even smaller. Of course, there was another reason that Zhong Xiaohua neglected. That was, Zhong Xiaohua was in a hurry at that time. When she saw that the technique of fusing the elixir was effective, it was as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. She injected the technique into Zhong Xiaohu's dantian again and again. In fact, this technique might be enough once, but how could it withstand Zhong Xiaohua's repeated attempts? Of course, the two types of inner force with different attributes were compressed to the point that they couldn't be any smaller. In addition, due to the injection of the technique by Zhong Xiaohua, as well as the medicinal effect of the meridian nourishing pill, star power, and some immortal true qi, the pea-sized yin and yang inner force seemed to have a motive force. It slowly rotated in Zhong Xiaohu's dantian, just like the core in Zhong Xiaohua's Niwen Palace. Zhong Xiaohua didn't know that the disciple that Yang Ruping mentioned had cultivated two types of inner force with the help of an immortal Dao expert. However, the yin and yang inner force mass in Zhong Xiaohu's dantian was something that Zhong Xiaohua had never dreamed of. As for the development prospects of this yin and yang inner force mass, Zhong Xiaohua didn't know. However, when she thought about how the fusion of inner force could be combined with the elixir of the immortal Dao, Zhong Xiaohua knew that this thing was definitely not simple. With a thought, Zhong Xiaohua said, "Second brother, I have finished dealing with it. Adjust your breath and see if there is anything unusual." Okay. Zhong Xiaohu didn't dare to circulate the mental cultivation method. He only allowed Zhong Xiaohua to mess around in his dantian. When he heard Zhong Xiaohua's words, his heart moved and the mental cultivation method of the ethereal god art immediately circulated. The yin and yang inner force mass slowly rotated and a trace of true qi was extracted from it. According to the circulation route of the ethereal god art, it circulated in Zhong Xiaohu's meridians for a cycle. Then, it increased a little and returned to the yin and yang inner force mass. When Zhong Xiaohu finished, Zhong Xiaohua asked nervously, "How is it?" "Yen, it feels very good. It seems that the power of this inner force is much stronger than before. It has almost doubled. However, this is just a feeling. I have to try it in the future to know." "Yen, how about the meridians?" "Fortunately, there was a tear just now and it still hurts. I think it will heal after a few days of rest." "Then, second brother, can you circulate the inner force of the Suhuan mental cultivation method for another cycle?" "This. I should be able to. Although I haven't circulated it before, I remember the meridian route. Let me try." After speaking, Zhong Xiaohu silently circulated the Suhuan mental cultivation method. He extracted the inner force refined by the Suhuan pill from the yin and yang inner force mass and slowly circulated it along the meridian route that was completely different from the ethereal god art. At first, it was very obscure and sometimes even stagnant. However, after one cycle, it returned to his dantian with a slight increase. Following that, Zhong Xiaohu didn't stop. He extracted another trace of inner force and circulated it along the same route as the ethereal god art. This time, it was less obscure and more smooth. When the inner force of the Suhuan mental cultivation method returned to his dantian, Zhong Xiaohu opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The Suhuan mental cultivation method really lives up to its reputation. Just these two cycles of the ethereal god art's refined inner force was equivalent to 3 cycles of the ethereal god art. That's right. This Suhuan mental cultivation method is something that even the inner disciples covet. If it can't compare to the ethereal god art, then how could the sect leader win your heart? Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "There shouldn't be any problems with 2 different cultivation methods, right?" Zhong Xiaohu smiled comfortably and said, "Not only is there no problem, it's really wonderful. Not to mention that the 2 inner force cultivation methods are different, the way the meridians temper the 2 types of inner force is also different. Other people will be tired after 10 cycles of circulation of the meridians, but I'll adjust my breathing for 20 cycles and my meridians won't be tired. Also, I've already tested it just now. When I only circulate the ethereal god art's cultivation method, the Suhuan mental cultivation method can also produce a trace of inner force. It's just that this inner force is much less than the ethereal god art. When I circulate the Suhuan mental cultivation method, the inner force of the ethereal god art will also increase. It can be said that the inner force of these two cultivation methods has a relationship of mutual promotion and restraint. Mutual promotion and restraint. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and thought, why is it similar to the 5 elements? But this is only the inner force of 2 attributes. Could it be that I can also cultivate other cultivation methods? It's possible. When refining pills, don't there also need to be a few main ingredients and some auxiliary ingredients? It's the same for cultivation methods. Unfortunately, Zhong Xiaohu had almost lost his life just now. How could Zhong Xiaohua still dare to think about it? She only thought in her heart, the inner force of 2 attributes should be related to the Tao of life and death. Should I tell second brother about my own understanding? It's just that the understanding of the Tao of heaven had always been something that could be understood but not explained. Wanting to let Zhong Xiaohu understand was not an easy matter. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua thought again. Zhong Xiaohu was unable to cultivate the immortal Tao cultivation method, but he should be able to cultivate the martial cultivation method. The soaring dragon cultivation method that she stole from young Master Long was not bad. If Zhong Xiaohu were to learn it, it should be very helpful. When Zhong Xiaohua told Zhong Xiaohu about the soaring dragon cultivation method, Zhong Xiaohu's head shook like a rattle drum. What a joke! He had just cultivated the Su Huan cultivation method and Zhong Xiaohua's nameless chant which he needed to comprehend. Where would he have the spare time to cultivate this? Moreover, that dangerous scene earlier was still lingering in his mind. He didn't want to cause any more problems before he succeeded in cultivating the 2 cultivation method. Zhong Xiaohua thought about it and felt that it made sense. This soaring dragon cultivation method was not a cultivation method to cultivate inner force. It was just a technique to use inner force. If there was time, she would write down this cultivation method and pass it to Zhong Xiaohu. There was no need to teach it now. Following that, Zhong Xiaohua jumped up and smiled. Since it's like this, then today can be considered a great success. Although it was very dangerous just now, I didn't expect second brother's character to be so good. You were actually able to turn danger into safety. As the saying goes, if one survives a great disaster, there will be good fortune in the future. Little brother wishes second brother's unrivaled martial arts, unifying the Jianghu and having a long life. Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaohu also sat up from the ground and laughed. Thanks for your praise. If I don't have unrivaled martial arts, then I'll be letting down your prophecy. The 2 of them laughed and walked out of the small house. There was no one in the front yard and they didn't know where Chang Ji and Chen Chen went. Zhong Xiaohua looked at the sky and said, Second brother, it's getting late. I have to go take a look at the pill furnace. Mana Head Oyu's illness, sigh, he still needs to rely on this pill. I'll come back tomorrow. If you have time, bring Captain He to the backyard. Zhong Xiaohu was somewhat worried. Xiaohua, isn't this too tiring for you? Why don't we wait a few days? Don't, second brother. Seeing Captain He like this makes my heart ache. I'd rather be a little tired so that Captain He can get back on his feet and recover his martial arts. Only when Captain He returns to his previous state will my heart be at peace. Yes, at this moment, Zhong Xiaohua also felt a little guilty. If he hadn't attracted too much yuan qi from the medicinal field, the medicinal plants wouldn't have sprouted and He Tianshu wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhong Xiaohu didn't know the cause and effect of this and only nodded. Then, you should rest more. If you don't feel well tomorrow, it's better to postpone it. If the same dangerous situation occurs tomorrow, it's not good. I know, second brother. Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said somewhat tiredly, I'll know after I rest for a night. Oh, by the way, second brother, when you practice, try to make the 2 kinds of internal forces equal. Don't have one more and one less. Otherwise, there may be some problems. Well, how can I not know this? You should go back quickly. Zhong Xiaohu chuckled and drove Zhong Xiaohua out of the small courtyard. Coming out of Zhong Xiaohu's small courtyard, the entire Misty Hall felt a little quiet. Occasionally, a few male disciples glanced at Zhong Xiaohua and walked away without greeting her. There was not even a single female disciple. Zhong Xiaohua didn't return to the courtyard of the Pill Tower Hall. Instead, She went to a secluded place and made a hand sign. Circulating the little amount of genuine qi in her meridians, she went straight to the pill room at the top of the mountain. When she arrived at the pill room, the genuine qi in her meridians was gone. Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly looked at the pill furnace. Fortunately, there was still some time before the liquid was melted. She didn't dare to neglect and quickly sat down cross-legged. She took out a primordial stone and replenished the genuine qi in her body. When the time was right, Zhong Xiaohua didn't get up. She used her divine sense to carefully observe the temperature of the pill furnace. At the right time, she made a hand sign to melt the liquid. She put several main ingredients and more than 10 auxiliary ingredients of the Spirit Awakening pill together and let the medicinal liquids of different attributes interact with each other and gradually fuse. After all this was done, Zhong Xiaohua carefully looked at the earth fire again. She made a few hand signs to better control it. Only then did she sit cross-legged again and carefully think about what she had learned today. Just now, when she helped Zhong Xiaohu cultivate the 2 types of internal strength, although she met with setbacks at the beginning, the final fusion of the 2 types of internal strength gave Zhong Xiaohua a lot of inspiration. She might not have 2 types of genuine qi, but was it possible to compress the genuine qi in her dantian into a ball like Zhong Xiaohu's internal strength? That way, wouldn't he be able to refine even more true qi? -3. Chapter 762. After thinking for a while, Zhong Xiaohua felt that it made sense. Since Zhong Xiaohu felt that the power of his inner strength had increased after compressing his inner strength, he should be able to do it too. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua made a gesture and cast the same liquid melting incantation into his middle dantian. However, when the incantation entered his body, it didn't change like Zhong Xiaohu's dantian, which pushed the rotation and compression of his inner strength. It was like a clay ox entering the sea without any effect. It didn't trigger any changes in the true energy in his middle dantian. Zhong Xiaohua was dumbfounded. What's going on? He thought of a lot of bad consequences, but he never thought that there would be no reaction. After that, he cast a few more incantations unwillingly, but they were all ineffective. Zhong Xiaohua gave up dejectedly. He couldn't understand why Zhong Xiaohu could do it, but he couldn't. Could it be that my character isn't as good as second brother's? Zhong Xiaohua brought out the common answer to all the questions. Just when Zhong Xiaohua was puzzled, he had a slight oversight. This oversight was that he forgot the difference between true energy and inner strength. The reason why Zhong Xiaohu's inner strength could be merged with Zhong Xiaohua's incantation was that true energy was of a much higher level than inner strength. The incantation formed by true energy could have unpredictable effects on inner strength. When Zhong Xiaohua used his quintessential qi to form a hand seal, it was as though he was scooping up water from a water tank with a ladle before pouring it into the water tank. The quintessential qi in the water tank was still the same. In other words, if Zhong Xiaohua wanted to achieve the same effect as Zhong Xiaohu, then he had to cultivate a martial art that was of a higher level than his Forget Worry Sutra. The true energy in that person's meridians must be more pure and of a higher level than Zhong Xiaohua's. Only then could he control and compress the true energy in Zhong Xiaohua's middle dantian. When he couldn't compress the true energy in his dantian, Zhong Xiaohua thought of another problem. That was related to the sky stalactite. At that time, Zhong Xiaohua felt that the heaven stalactite was rich in heaven and earth yuan qi. Moreover, it grew together with the black white fruit, so it must be a very precious item. Therefore, she carefully collected it. However, the heaven and earth yuan qi seemed to be somewhat different from the heaven and earth yuan qi that Zhong Xiaohua absorbed. Therefore, when Zhong Xiaohua put it in her purse, she completely forgot about it. Even after returning from the Yulan Grand Canyon, when Zhong Xiaohua counted her gains, she did not remember this jade bottle that contained the heaven stalactite. Until today, the whitening elixir that didn't even use a single drop of sky stalactite had caused a stir among all the female disciples of the Misty Hall. Only then did Zhong Xiaohua remember the essence of heaven and earth in the stalactite. What did Zhong Xiaohua lack the most right now? The first was divine sense, and the second was true qi. Since the heaven stalactite could replenish his true chi and even increase his cultivation, how could he not want to give it a try? Previously, he had estimated that since he did not know the method to refine it, his meridians might be damaged. However, when he thought about the 3 drops of stone milk he fed to Little Black, Little Yellow, and Yellow Wind, he figured that he could consume it with his mouth as well. Zhong Xiaohua took out the jade bottle containing the heaven stalactite milk from her purse. She opened the lid and smelled the faint fragrance. With a slight movement of her finger, a drop of heaven stalactite milk flew out of the jade bottle. Zhong Xiaohua put away the jade bottle and opened her mouth. The drop of heaven stalactite milk slid down her throat. Following which, Zhong Xiaohua wrapped it in a ball of zhenqi and sent it into her meridians. She wanted to slowly refine it and melt it into zhenqi. However, out of Zhong Xiaohua's expectations, even though he had been silently circulating the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to refine the heaven stalactite milk in her meridians, the drop of heaven stalactite milk slowly decreased. There was no excess zhenqi being produced. What is going on? Zhong Xiaohua was extremely depressed. Just now, the method to melt the heaven stalactite milk was useful to Zhong Xiaohu, but it had no effect on her. Right now, the heaven stalactite milk was useful to Huang Feng and Little Yellow, but it was useless to her. It was fine if she said it was useless, but the drop of heaven stalactite milk was still decreasing. Even Zhong Xiaohua did not know where the drop of heaven stalactite milk went. When the last drop of heaven stalactite milk disappeared, Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense discovered that the heaven stalactite milk had turned into something similar to the yuan qi of heaven and earth and merged into her body. As for where it merged into, she did not know. Since this heaven stalactite milk can turn into something similar to the yuan qi of heaven and earth, then my meridians should be able to refine and absorb it. But why is it not working? Is it because the Tranquil Heart Sutra is unable to absorb it, or is it because my meridians are unable to absorb it? Zhong Xiaohua could not help but think about it. At this moment, he recalled the scene a few days ago when he used the delusion breaker Dharma eye to look at himself. He remembered seeing a few strands of silk floating around his bones, and the color was different. Could it be that these strands of silk were the yuan qi of heaven and earth? Zhong Xiaohua almost wanted to open the delusion breaker Dharma eye again, but Zhong Xiaohua's zhenqi was completely depleted. How could she have the energy to open it again? Perhaps I should wait until tomorrow when I recover from my break. Zhong Xiaohua thought to himself. But, if these strands of silk are the yuan qi of heaven and earth, why are the colors different? Could it be that there are different kinds of yuan qi of heaven and earth? In an instant, Zhong Xiaohua was shocked by her own ridiculous conjecture. Following that, more questions popped up in her mind. Since the yuan qi of heaven and earth is different, then what kind of yuan qi can I absorb? What are the other kinds of yuan qi of heaven and earth? How can I absorb them? Is it the meridians or the cultivation method? Following that, Zhong Xiaohua thought about the dense meridians that she saw on Byron's body. Gosh. Zhong Xiaohua sighed and smiled bitterly. The path of cultivation is indeed long. Even if you understand a little, there will be more. Not to mention the realm of understanding the way of heaven, even the foundation of cultivation is something that I haven't understood yet. If there is a way in my heart, I will search for it from top to bottom. After lamenting, Zhong Xiaohua felt exhausted. She took out the primordial stones and sat down cross-legged. She closed her eyes and began to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep. The starry sky and the starlight arrived as expected. When she woke up the next day, Zhong Xiaohua was full of energy. All her exhaustion was swept away. The true qi in her meridians was still the same, only about half of it. However, the Dan core in her Niwen palace had improved a little. When Zhong Xiaohua saw the various medicinal liquids melting in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, Zhong Xiaohua felt relieved and left the alchemy room. Facing the rising sun, she practiced the Big Dipper magical fist, using the mysterious flow to refine her bones. Although the Big Dipper mystical fist was the same as before, Zhong Xiaohua felt that there was something different about it. However, when he tried to explain it, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Could it be that the heaven stalactite is beneficial to the Big Dipper magical fist? Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself. Of course, this was only Zhong Xiaohua's conjecture. She did not have any real evidence. After practicing the Big Dipper magical fist, Zhong Xiaohua murmured, "Life is so beautiful." She took a deep breath of the clear morning breeze at the top of Shushan Peak and ran all the way to the back of Shushan Peak, to Ouyou Yang's residence. Zhong Xiaohua entered the courtyard. As soon as she came out of the corner of the room, she saw an old man with grey hair sitting in front of Ouyou Yang's bed. His back was facing her, but his hand was on Ouyou Yang's wrist. It seemed that he was checking Ouyou Yang's pulse. Hey! Is this the doctor of Lingxiang Peak? Zhong Xiaohua thought and immediately released her divine sense to take a closer look. However, when he released his divine sense and saw that the doctor had a few strands of dark beard on his slender face, the doctor seemed to have sensed something. He opened his eyes and looked around in astonishment. Out! Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. She made a gesture and hid underground. He did not expect the doctor to have such a high cultivation level. He could actually sense her divine sense. Careless, careless. Zhong Xiaohua silently scolded himself. This time, he carefully released a bit of his divine sense to observe the room. However, this time, he didn't dare to directly cover the doctor. Because of this, the doctor didn't look around. Zhong Xiaohua secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Before he entered the cult of fragrance, he had been practicing the nameless formula in order to deceive the eyes of the elders and consecrators. But after being in the pill hall for so long, he had not met any top experts. Zhong Xiaohua had unconsciously let his guard down. Today, he had actually used his divine sense to envelop the other party. He had been too careless. After a long time, the doctor stood up and said something to Qiu Tong, who was accompanying him. Then, he walked to the main hall and picked up the brush and ink on the table. After writing for a while, he cupped his hands and left. Qiu Tong carefully saw him out. After the doctor left, Zhong Xiaohua came out from underground and took the prescription that the doctor left behind. He carefully looked at it. Before he could finish reading the prescription, he heard footsteps. Zhong Xiaohua looked outside carefully. Only then did he relax. Hey, Xiaohua, when did you come in? The person who came back was Qiu Tong. Looking at Qiu Tong's indifferent expression, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "I came in when the doctor of Lingxiang Peak was examining the patient." "Oh, so that's how it is." Qiu Tong nodded and said, "However, you're wrong. This person is not a simple doctor of Lingxiang Peak. He is Tang Jinsheng, known as the Divine Doctor. But isn't the Godly Doctor also a doctor?" Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously. Of course, this senior Tang Jin is one of the few male elders on Lingering Fragrance Peak. His martial arts, character, and prestige can be counted on one hand. Elder. Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. No wonder he's so powerful, he's actually an elder. Powerful? Qiu Tong asked, "You've seen Senior Tang before?" "Not at all. This is the first time I've seen him today, and the first time I've heard of his name." "Then why did you say he's powerful?" Qiu Tong was ready to get to the bottom of this. -3. Chapter 763. Zhong Xiaohua did not hide it and whispered, "When I came in just now, Divine Dr. Tang felt something. I'm not sure if he knew I was coming, but looking at him, his martial arts should not be weak." "Oh, so that's how it is." Qiu Tong nodded and said, "Divine Dr. Tang is not like other doctors. He is famous in Lingxiang Peak. Just as you guessed, he is not only skilled in medicine, but his internal strength is also impressive to ordinary inner disciples." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "It seems that the hierarch values young Miss very much. He actually brought out such a person. I think young Miss should be fine." But then she changed the topic and said, "But I think Divine Dr. Tang's prescriptions are mainly focused on recuperation. It may not be able to cure young Miss's illness." Qiu Tong's face darkened. "That's right. According to Divine Dr. Tang, young Miss is terminally ill. I'm afraid that she can't be saved. He can only prescribe some useless prescriptions, but it's better than nothing. Sigh, if only divine Dr. Tang came earlier. Earlier? Zhong Xiaohua was a little surprised. Divine Dr. Tang said that he came late. If he had taken over the treatment when young Miss just fell ill, maybe there would be a 30% chance. Only 30%. Zhong Xiaohua was even more surprised. She unconsciously doubted the awakening pill she refined. Then why did he only come now? I remember Sister Chiu Tong said that young Miss fell ill not long ago. Did we pass the news to Lingxiang Peak? Chiu Tong shook her head blankly and said, who knows what the hierarch is thinking? What's the use of only paying attention to young Miss's illness now? Zhong Xiaohua's heart moved and said, then, did divine Dr. Tang ask about the acupoints on young Miss's head? Yes, of course we did. However, we didn't directly ask who hit the acupoints. Instead, we asked which doctor had come to Lingering Fragrance Peak. We also asked if we had found anyone else. Well, we especially asked if we had found anyone from Misty Hall. Then, she worriedly looked at Zhong Xiaohua and said, divine Dr. Tang also said that Mrs. illness has been delayed, and the treatment has been blindly performed by a quack doctor. No matter what kind of medicine is prescribed, it will be ineffective. This. Zhong Xiaohua was a little hesitant. After all, Tang Tong was a legitimate divine doctor, and she was just a newbie. Perhaps divine Dr. Tang's words made some sense, so she said awkwardly, Sister Chiu Tong, my medical skills may not be as good as divine Dr. Tang's, but when Chiu Tong heard this, she immediately understood Zhong Xiaohua's meaning. She waved her hand and said, Xiaohua, don't take these words to heart. Elder, you and I know about your relationship with young Miss. If you have the ability, you will definitely give it your all. You will definitely not have the slightest intention of hurting young Miss. What divine Dr. Tang said is probably what the previous doctors said. Zhong Xiaohua sighed and said, sigh, perhaps. Actually, I don't have much confidence in myself. Don't worry about this, Xiaohua. If it was me, I would also give it a try. Even if it's young Miss, she will definitely let you treat her. Chiu Tong didn't stand on ceremony with Zhong Xiaohua and directly said what she meant. Oh, by the way, Xiaohua, divine Dr. Tang seems to have found something wrong with the acupoints on young Miss's head. He has been examining young Miss's head for a long time. I think that's why he asked if we invited the Misty Hall's people. Chiu Tong added, moreover, if he suspects the people from Shushan Peak, you are also new to Shushan Peak, so he will probably suspect you too. Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and said with a smile, Sister Chiu Tong, you don't have to worry about this. I'm just a small character in the Pill Repository Hall. Even if I walk in front of divine Dr. Tang, he might not even look at me. Chiu Tong was relieved and said, that's good. However, you still have to be careful. She then sighed and said, sigh, divine Dr. Tang is already the most skilled doctor in Lingxiang Peak. If even he can't do it, do we have to ask the hierarch for help? But this is not an injury or an internal injury. Even if the hierarch comes, what can he do? Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She thought to herself, if the hierarch or other elders who have cultivated the immortal Tao come, won't they be able to see through the acupoints I sealed on young Miss's head? This. However, she immediately denied it. If I'm afraid that the people of Lingxiang Peak will see through my identity as an immortal Tao cultivator, and I don't care about young Miss's life, then how can I call myself Xiaoxia? She then reminded Chiu Tong, Sister Chiu Tong, if the hierarch or anyone from Lingxiang Peak asks about this acupoint, just say that you don't know. Don't worry, Xiaohua. I didn't even say anything about divine Dr. Tang, let alone the others. Chiu Tong said seriously, but, young Miss's condition today is similar to yesterday. Do you think divine Dr. Tang is exaggerating? Zhong Xiaohua had already seen it before, so she nodded. I think so too. Young Miss can delay it for a dozen days without any problems. Will you be able to find the pills after a dozen days? Chiu Tong was still worried. Definitely. Zhong Xiaohua nodded firmly. After leaving Ouyou Yang's place, Zhong Xiaohua did not return to the Misty Hall. Instead, he went straight to the pill room and carefully looked after the pill furnace. Ouyou Yang did not have much time left, and this furnace of pills was the only method Zhong Xiaohua knew of to save her life. If the pills were ruined, Zhong Xiaohua would not have the time to refine a second furnace. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly remembered that he had 2 8-trigrams purple gold furnaces. If he refined the pills together, wouldn't he have a better chance of success? However, this thought disappeared in a flash. He only had half of his true qi left, and refining 1 furnace of spirit awakening pills took a lot of effort. How could he spare the energy to refine a second furnace at the same time? Instead of being distracted, he might ruin the 2 furnaces of pills. It was better to focus on refining the first furnace of pills. Zhong Xiaohua sat on the futon and closed his eyes to comprehend the Tao of talismans. From time to time, he would release his divine sense to look at the medicinal liquid in the furnace. The fusion of the medicinal liquid was similar to that of the previous pills. It was a little dangerous at the beginning, but the process was stable. In the afternoon, Zhong Xiaohua remembered what he told Zhong Xiaohu yesterday. Should he bring He Tianshu to his backyard? Seeing that everything was normal in the furnace, Zhong Xiaohua made a hand seal and went straight to the front mountain of Shushin Peak. This time, Zhong Xiaohua did not show himself. He only released his divine sense to determine the direction. He went straight to Zhong Xiaohu's small courtyard. Seeing that there was no one else in the courtyard, he jumped out. Using his divine sense, he saw Zhong Xiaohua sitting on the bed, and the other person sitting on a recliner. Wasn't that He Tianshu? Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and thought, didn't I make it clear yesterday? If we were to meet in the small room in the backyard, I wouldn't need to see anyone. I only asked second brother to come. Why is Captain He still in this room today? At this time, He Tianshu laughed and said, Marshal niece Zhong, are you done joking? This morning, you came to find me and said that you haven't seen me for a long time and wanted to talk to me. You can say whatever you want, but why did you have to send me here? You only said a few words and asked me if I wanted to heal my joints and meridians. I thought you were running a fever and talking nonsense, but you still want me to wait here for your helper. He, if you can heal your joints and meridians, why don't you heal your own injuries first? I heard from the disciples that your ethereal divine art has no more internal energy. Why are you practicing the Yuhuan Sutra now? That is the Xiangxiang Sutra taught women to practice. I've been waiting for a whole day. Where's your helper? Besides Chang'e and Chen Chen, who else can help you? He Tianshu laughed and said, you're also clever. Chang'e was actually tricked by you. Oh, right. What benefits did you get in the Yulan Grand Canyon? You actually made some whitening elixir? I say, you're not a disciple of our pharmaceutical hall. Why are you making elixirs? You're wasting medicinal herbs for no reason. Listening to He Tianshu's nagging, Zhong Xiaohu was speechless. He anxiously looked outside the door. This Zhong Xiaohua always came at noon. Why did she come so late today? Yes, it was not easy for him to trick He Tianshu into coming here. He also painted a big picture for him. He just wanted to wait for Zhong Xiaohua to come and treat him. If he didn't come, how could he treat him? Zhong Xiaohua listened carefully outside the room, and she already understood a little. She could not help but smile. Second brother's move is really amazing. I'll be his assistant, and he'll be the main physician. No one can see any flaws in his plan. He's really cunning. I didn't even think about it. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua quickly walked in with a smile on her face. She said loudly, Captain He, long time no see. How have you been? Captain He? He Tianshu was stunned. He didn't know how many years he hadn't used this title. When he got up and saw Zhong Xiaohua quickly approaching, he couldn't help but be stunned. His right hand drooped on the recliner and slightly raised a finger. He said in surprise, You, Zhong Xiaohua. Then he looked up and down. Are you Zhong Xiaohua? Why do you look exactly like him a few years ago? Zhong Xiaohua walked closer and bowed deeply. That's me, Captain He. I'm Zhong Xiaohua from Huanxi Manor. How is this possible? He Tianshu still couldn't believe it. He turned to look at Zhong Xiaohu and said, Marshal nephew Zhong Xiaohu, is he the helper you mentioned? Is he really your younger brother, Zhong Xiaohua? Zhong Xiaohu smiled and said, "That's him. There's no doubt about it." "But, didn't you say that he—" "Oh, but this," He Tianshu mumbled a few words and believed it. No matter how tall he was, why did his face not change? Why was it not the yin and yang that he had imagined? Since his second brother had said so, what was there to hesitate about? After thinking for a moment, He Tianshu asked, "Zhong Xiaohua, do you still only know that set of messy fist techniques?" -3. Chapter 764. Zhong Xiaohua's heart warmed up. He immediately remembered that he was still an ignorant country boy back then, pestering He Tianshu to teach him fist techniques in the open space of Huanxi Mountain Villa. He Tianshu had taught him many times in a row, but he would forget the scene after a night. At that time, not only He Tianshu, Nai and the rest, even he himself thought that he was a useless martial artist and was not suitable to practice fist techniques. Of course, after so many years of experience, he discovered the power of the Big Dipper magical fist and its unclear effects. Zhong Xiaohua also vaguely understood why he had forgotten many moves back then and only remembered a few. In the end, these moves formed a perfect fist technique. A fist technique that could refine the bones of the whole body. It could even be said that this was the ancestor of all the fist techniques in the pugilistic world. All the fist techniques evolved from the moves of the Big Dipper magical fist. All of this started from He Tianshu teaching Zhong Xiaohua Ahut fist move by move. At that time, what kind of spirit did He Tianshu have? And now, he was lying lazily on the chair, unable to move his limbs. Although his face was full of surprise, it could not hide the decadence in his eyes. Zhong Xiaohua walked a few steps and came to He Tianshu's side. He squatted down and said, "Yes, Captain you still remember? I thought you had forgotten about my scandal back then." He Tianshu smiled and said, "Hey, how could I forget? Although I don't specialize in teaching the medicine hall disciples martial arts, I have taught dozens of people martial arts. But I have never seen anyone as stupid as you. The Ahut fist is the simplest fist technique in the pugilistic world. Even a 5 or 6-year-old child from the Young Eagle Hall would be able to do it pretty well after watching it a few times. But you, cough cough." At this point, He Tianshu could not help but cough. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and held his hand. He put his finger on his pulse and said, "Until now, I still don't know why." "You don't know?" "Later on, I tried to practice the Ahut fist again, but it was still the same. However, the sword technique is still okay and I can't forget it. Besides, how many disciples in the pugilistic world are as stupid as me? You're lucky to have met me. Haha." He Tianshu coughed and laughed. "But, things are different now. Even if I know all kinds of fist techniques, I won't be your opponent. You can defeat me with just one finger. Cough, cough. Even if you are not my match now, even if your martial arts are better in the future and you can defeat me, you are still my enlightened teacher. You can't escape this title even if you want to. Of course, the premise is that you are willing to admit that you are the enlightened teacher of this stupid disciple of mine." With a smile, Zhong Xiaohua lifted her finger from his wrist, patted his palm and said, "TSK, TSK." He Tianshu smacked his lips with a yearning look on his face. "Back then, when I learned martial arts, I didn't think it was that great. But when I lost it, I realized that being able to move, fight, and jump around was really a free and easy thing to do." "Sigh, that's right. Back then, you were quite talented in practicing the ethereal steps. It was much better than fist techniques. How are you now?" "Yes, Captain, he is right. What you have now is the most precious thing to you. It is the easiest thing to overlook. Although you can't move now and can't practice martial arts, you can still watch the sunrise and sunset, and watch the flowers bloom and wither. There are many people in the pharmacy with you. Can't they even enjoy this?" Zhong Xiaohua didn't answer the question about the ethereal steps. Instead, she changed the topic. "Sigh, that's right. Let's not talk about the others. Just the few people who were with you in the Huanxi Manor." At this point, He Tianshu became even more depressed. Zhong Xiaohu said in a deep voice, "Martial uncle the past is the past. Perhaps memories can only give us more motivation to move forward. We can only live better and rebuild the Misty School. Only then can we be worthy of sect leader OU and our dead brothers. He Tianshu's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, Xiaohu's words are very encouraging now. Listening to his tone, he is close to Zhong Chengyu. Martial Uncle he, please don't joke with that disciple. Martial Uncle Zhong is a dragon among men. He is the eldest disciple of our Misty School's headmaster. He is not on the same level as me. He Tianshu narrowed his eyes and said, people can change. The level of martial arts is not a problem. As long as the opportunity is there, even a chick can become a phoenix. Oh, alright, let's not talk about it. Didn't you want to give me a surprise and let me return to how I was before? Your precious brother's helper is already here. Why aren't you making a move? Zhong Xiaohu looked at Zhong Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, send Martial Uncle he to the small house at the back. I will be there in a while. Zhong Xiaohua also said in a serious manner, okay. Do you need me to prepare anything? No need. Just send Martial Uncle he over. I will bring some things over. Zhong Xiaohua nodded and stood up. He smiled and said, Captain he, sit tight. As he spoke, he grabbed the two ends of the reclining chair. Without using much strength, he lifted He Tianshu up along with the chair and walked out of the house with ease. He Tianshu was flabbergasted. He already knew that Zhong Xiaohua was strong, but he was still surprised that Zhong Xiaohua could lift him up as if he was holding a feather. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Zhong Xiaohua, your arms can lift a few 100 kilograms of stone? This. Zhong Xiaohua was a little hesitant. He didn't want to lie to He Tianshu, but he didn't want to expose his strength. He only said vaguely, actually, it's not that I don't want to tell Captain He. I haven't lifted any stone weights in a long time. It should be a lot more than before. Yes, that's not bad. You are strong, so your fist techniques don't need to be too complicated. Your messy fist techniques are the most suitable. Ayo, I forgot that your second brother asked when high for an inner force cultivation method called reckless bull force for you. How is your cultivation going? Zhong Xiaohua sighed, Captain he is wise. This disciple doesn't seem to be suitable for cultivating martial arts. To be honest, this reckless bull force only allows me to sense qi. I haven't made much progress in the past few years. Yes, this is also within my expectations. Don't be discouraged. Only 4 or 5 years have passed. You still have a long life ahead of you. Just cultivate slowly. You just have to remember that as long as you work hard, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. There is nothing in this world that cannot be done. Zhong Xiaohua nodded her head and said, that's right. I hope Captain he can set a good example for your disciple. Good. Even if my limbs are crippled and my inner force is crippled, I still know more than you. Since I am able to meet you again, I will teach you martial arts in the future. Oh right, you don't know. After you left, I have comprehended a lot of the ethereal steps. If there is a chance in the future, I will pass it all to you. He Tianshu looked at Zhong Xiaohua affectionately and said, that's great. Captain he, I have been wanting to cultivate the ethereal steps for the past few years, but I just couldn't find the trick. Now that I have met you, the heavens have given me a chance. Please don't think that I am stupid in the future. Don't say that, don't say that. The clumsy bird flies first. It doesn't mean that you won't be able to achieve great things. Oh right, actually, with your great strength and weak inner force cultivation, you can consider cultivating the outer sect's cultivation method. You can follow Shenyo's cultivation path. Yes, Shenyo is now like me, but he is even more unbearable. If you can get his guidance, not only will it be your fortune, but it will also give him a little hope. Martial Uncle, is he still drinking? Zhong Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and asked. Sigh, yes, with Martial Uncle Shu. Martial Uncle Shu? Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. Who is this person? Just as she was about to ask, they had already arrived at the door of the small house in the backyard. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Captain he, let's go in first and wait for my second brother. So what if we wait for a year or so? I want to see what kind of miraculous technique Zhong Xiaohu has. Hey. Oh right, Zhong Xiaohua, is your second brother confident? He has been in Shushan Peak for so many years, but I have never seen him say that he has some ability after coming back from the Yulan Grand Canyon. Zhong Xiaohua was amused. She still had to think about it, but he suddenly said the answer. Therefore, he climbed up the pole and nodded, maybe. I also met him in the Yulan Grand Canyon. At that time, he was extremely brave and saved me from a group of wild beasts. He might have had some fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to joke about Captain his injuries. You also went to the Yulan Grand Canyon? He Tianshu asked curiously. Oh right, why did you come to the fragrant cult? I was so happy to see you just now that I forgot to ask. This. Zhong Xiaohua was about to answer when she heard Zhong Xiaohu at the door say, Xiaohua came to the fragrant cult to find me. His story is very long. You two can slowly talk about it after Martial Uncle his injury is healed. We don't have much time now, so it's better to hurry up. Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, my second brother is right. Captain we have a lot of time in the future, so let's talk about it slowly. He Tianshu smiled and nodded. Zhong Xiaohu walked in front of He Tianshu and glanced at Zhong Xiaohua. He bowed his head and said, Martial Uncle disciple will tell you the truth. Disciple is not proficient in this healing technique, and I don't have full confidence. It's just that, seeing our Misty School's martial uncles dispersing their cultivation, I feel very uncomfortable. Since Disciple knows this technique, if Disciple doesn't treat them, how can Disciple face you? You mean? I can practice? He Tianshu immediately understood what Zhong Xiaohu meant. Yes, Martial Uncle you're right. Your meridians and dantian were damaged, and your joints were also crushed. This is the most serious injury. If you can be cured, then the injuries of the other martial uncles will not be a problem. Hey! If that's the case, why don't you pick your master when high? He Tianshu said curiously. -3. Chapter 765. Zhong Xiaohu didn't avoid it and said in a low voice, my master is a direct disciple of the Misty School. There must be a lot of spies on Shushan Peak watching him. Not to mention that I don't have confidence now, even if I do, if my master disappears from his courtyard for a few days, or if his injuries have any obvious changes, wouldn't the spies on Lingxiang Peak be aware of it? You're right. Even the spies I've been keeping an eye on have only gradually disappeared in the past 2 years. If your master had made any movements, it would have been immediately known to others. However, if you have confidence, won't you treat your master? Zhong Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Martial Uncle what are you saying? Isn't it because I wanted to treat Martial Uncle's injuries that I tried my best? If it can be treated, of course, I will treat him. However, before I know the effect, everything is just empty talk. Well, who asked me to be the most seriously injured, but also the most insignificant? He Tianshu nodded and said, of course, I have to promise you. Zhong Xiaohu was overjoyed and said, however, I have already said the risks. If it can't be cured, you can't blame me. You little brat, I'm already like this. Even if you can't cure me, what can you do? Even if you want my life, if I can learn a little from it, I will die in peace. Zhong Xiaohua immediately smiled and said, since second brother dares to call Captain naturally you have some confidence. You don't have to worry about life and death. Hearing Zhong Xiaohua say so, Zhong Xiaohu also smiled and said, see, Martial Uncle this is what your favorite disciple said. He is quite confident in me. To hell with his talent. Even if you want me to take him in, I wouldn't want him. Besides, he's your younger brother. If he doesn't speak to you, why would he speak to me? He Tianshu pretended to be angry. Zhong Xiaohua didn't mind and said, second brother, I heard you say that in order to realign the joints that have already healed, you need to crush the joints again. Isn't it too painful? Do you want to seal Captain his acupoints? You are right. Martial Uncle please forgive me. I have to seal your acupoints to avoid your pain and also to avoid being discovered by Lingxiang Peak's spies. This. He Tianshu didn't want to seal his acupoints, but the pain of his joints being crushed was too unbearable. He also didn't want to suffer a second time. He only nodded and said, I hope you can succeed. Don't let me suffer a second time. Okay, then I'll offend you. Zhong Xiaohu slowly walked to He Tianshu's side and extended a finger. Using a very shallow amount of internal energy, he tapped on He Tianshu's acupuncture point. Seeing He Tianshu close his eyes, Zhong Xiaohu smiled and said, All right, my act as a cheat is over. It's time for the main character to come on stage. Zhong Xiaohua didn't hold back. She extended her index and middle fingers and randomly sealed all of He Tianshu's major acupoints. Zhong Xiaohu felt a wave of dizziness. He couldn't help but ask, Xiaohua, what kind of acupoint sealing technique is this? Enchanting finger. Zhong Xiaohua replied, If you want to learn it, I'll teach you later. We'll talk about it later. I still haven't finished learning the acupoint sealing techniques from Misty School. I'll talk about it when I have time. Oh, right, Xiaohua, last night I circulated the Ethereal Divine Art and Yuhuan Sutra for 36 times. I feel that my progress is much faster than just cultivating the Ethereal Divine Art. Do you think there's a risk of qi deviation? Zhong Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, It shouldn't be, because you already had nearly 30 years of cultivation. Your Dantian was destroyed by Zhao Jian, but your Dantian was immediately repaired by the Meridian Nourishing Pill. Just take it that you didn't cultivate your internal strength for a few days. It should be normal for your cultivation speed to be fast now. Moreover, you still have the medicinal power of the Meridian Nourishing Pill and Yuhuan Pill in your body. They were refined when you were cultivating, so of course the internal strength produced is more than before. By the way, don't take the second Yuhuan Pill for the time being. You can take it when you have mastered the 2 different types of internal strength and can control it freely. When you take it, you must call me. Okay. I think the new Deputy Hall Master of Lingxiang Peak will be here soon. I should study the nameless breathing method you gave me more. Don't let others see any flaws at once. Second brother is right. Tell second sister-in-law and Chen not to reveal any flaws. After Zhong Xiaohua finished speaking, she carried He Tianshu to the bed that had already been made. She took off his clothes and used her hands and divine sense to check his joints that had been crushed earlier. She sighed and said, It's still a little late. If he was like you and second sister-in-law, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to use the bone-solidifying pill as soon as he was injured. Now that they have grown strong, I have no choice but to crush them. Sigh, crush them. Don't be soft-hearted. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the cold. If you don't suffer a little, how can you regain your freedom? Zhong Xiaohu advised. Zhong Xiaohua nodded and closed her eyes. She released her divine sense and crushed all of He Tianshu's joints that had grown strong but could not be used from head to toe. Although He Tianshu's acupoints had been sealed, large beads of sweat still dripped down from his forehead. Even his entire body was covered in fine beads of sweat. Sigh, even our Zhong Xiaohua and Xiaoxiao's foreheads were covered in a thin layer of sweat. After all, this method of crushing joints was used on the enemy. It was still a little heartache to use it on someone familiar. After the time it took to eat a meal, Zhong Xiaohua straightened her back, opened her eyes, and twisted her neck. Zhong Xiaohu asked with concern, How is it? Fortunately, the first step was not a big mistake. All of the injured joints have been crushed. Sigh, this work is really not for humans. Why didn't it take much effort to crush other people's joints in the past? While muttering, Zhong Xiaohua asked, Second sister-in-law, have you found the splints I asked you to find? They're over there. They're under the hay. As Zhong Xiaohu spoke, he walked over and took out several splints and cloth belts. He asked, Should I put them on Martial Uncle He now? Zhong Xiaohua shook her head, There's no hurry. Let me apply the bone congealing pill on him first. As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle from his bosom and poured out a few elixirs. His true energy flowed through the elixirs and turned them into elixirs. Then, He spread the elixirs evenly on the joints that He Tianshu had just crushed. After that, he took the splint and cloth from Zhong Xiaohu and tied the joints firmly. After that, she put on He Tianshu's clothes and turned to Zhong Xiaohu, second brother, Captain, his joints have been fixed. Before he recovers, we can only let him lie here alone. He mustn't move casually. If they grow out of place, we'll have to crush them again. If we crush too many joints, even the bone congealing pill might not be able to restore them to their original state. Yes, don't worry about that. I've already told the disciple who serves him to accompany me here. I'll let him go when I recover. That disciple is from our Misty school, so he knows what to say and what not to say. Okay. Zhong Xiaohua nodded and walked to the front of the bed. She sat down and took out another bottle of pills. She poured out a pill and placed it in He Tianshu's mouth. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted out and immediately dispersed in the small room. Zhong Xiaohu could smell it clearly. It was the bone congealing pill that he had used earlier. When the bone congealing pill dissolved in He Tianshu's body, Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to delay. She circulated her true energy and sent the pill's medicinal properties through He Tianshu's blood vessels to every joint in his body. The medicinal power of the bone solidifying pill and a sliver of starlight that Zhong Xiaohua did not know where it came from left behind a small amount of starlight. Every time it passed through a joint, a small amount would be left behind. At a speed that was not visible to the naked eye or divine sense, the small bone solidifying pill that Zhong Xiaohua had applied on the outside of the joint also repaired the joint from the outside. The small bone solidifying pill that Zhong Xiaohua had applied on the outside of the joint also repaired the joint from the outside. While evenly distributing the medicinal properties of the bone congealing pill, Zhong Xiaohua also discovered a magical use of true energy. Immortal true energy wasn't the same as martial inner qi. It could only circulate within the meridians. Even if the true energy left the meridians, it could still circulate within the body. The medicinal properties of the bone congealing pill were directly sent into the bones of the joints using true energy. It was much more direct and effective than using other methods to reach the joints through oral ingestion. Even so, it took a lot of effort for Zhong Xiaohua to send the appropriate medicinal properties to He Tianshu's joints. After an unknown amount of time, Zhong Xiaohua felt a trace of exhaustion before she finally completed the most important step. Zhong Xiaohua opened her eyes and smiled tiredly at Zhong Xiaohu, who was standing quietly at the side. He didn't dare to make a sound. Second brother, I've already consumed the bone congealing pill. From the looks of it, everything is normal. Let me rest for a while. We'll talk later. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and silently circulated the god's guidance to recover her exhausted divine sense. After a long time, she opened her eyes and smiled. All right, second brother. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I've already sent the medicinal properties to all of team leader his joints. This bone congealing pill is very useful for your and second sister-in-law's injuries. Logically speaking, team leader his injuries should be able to heal as well. Even if he doesn't fully recover, I think he should be able to move like a normal person. Zhong Xiaohu nodded solemnly and said, I hope so. As long as he can move like a normal person, I think senior uncle he will be very happy. Moreover, the hundreds of disciples in our Misty school can see hope for the future. What? Hundreds of disciples? Zhong Xiaohua asked in surprise, why are there so many? Zhong Xiaohu glanced at Zhong Xiaohua and said, this is only a small number. In addition, there are more than 1,000 disciples whose dantian was damaged and their inner strength was crippled. Do you think that our Misty school is the same as the evil tiger gang in Pingyang City? Is it just a small gang? It's just that. Zhong Xiaohua touched her nose and smiled bitterly. With your brother's 2 hands, I don't know when he will be able to save more than 1,000 people. As she spoke, He Tianshu, who was lying on the bed, seemed to be in extreme pain. His limbs were twitching and large beads of sweat were dripping down his forehead. -3. Chapter 766. When Zhong Xiaohua saw He Tianshu's painful appearance, he was immediately shocked. When he gave the universal pill to Zhong Xiaohu the day before yesterday, he took on everything and thought that he had absolute confidence. In the end, if he hadn't thought of the method to dissolve the liquid, he didn't know what the consequences would have been. Therefore, when he saw He Tianshu's appearance, Zhong Xiaohua thought that he had done something wrong again. He immediately floated forward and poured his true qi into He Tianshu's body. Then, he released his divine sense. But just as Zhong Xiaohua's true qi entered He Tianshu's meridians, He Tianshu let out a long breath. His limbs relaxed and were limp on the side. Zhong Xiaohua frowned. After checking with true qi and divine sense, there was nothing unusual about the joints that had just been crushed. Then, he checked the rest of the body and found that everything was normal. Strange. Zhong Xiaohua frowned. This was the first time that he had treated so many internal injuries in his joints. He didn't have much experience and didn't know why He Tianshu was like this. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua frowning and holding He Tianshu's arm for a long time without letting go, Zhong Xiaohu whispered, "Xiaohua, generally, treatment and medicine are done slowly. Just now, you used your internal force to dissolve the medicinal power of the bone solidifying pill. Wasn't it too overbearing that his joints couldn't accept it for a while? For example, in the Yulan Grand Canyon, when you helped me dissolve the medicinal power of the meridian nourishing pill, I almost couldn't control the internal force that increased out of thin air. But Chang'e and Chen Chen dissolved the medicinal power by themselves, so such a thing didn't happen. Moreover, the healing of joints is a painful and itchy process. I often encounter it now, but it feels a little weak. Do you think Martial Uncle he is also in this situation?" Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right. Step by step is the way of the king. I may be a little impatient by pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. If the medicinal power is too strong, the pain will probably double. However, Captain, his joints have been growing wrongly for so many years. It won't be good if I don't use heavy medicine. I hope he can endure it." After thinking for a while, he said, "In order to prevent any accidents from happening to Captain I will not be able to understand his acupoints. Let's see how it goes tomorrow." "All right." Zhong Xiaohu nodded and said, "I'll come over often." "Oh, that's right. This acupoint will automatically unseal after 24 hours. You have to come earlier. I don't have enough internal energy right now, so I probably won't be able to seal Martial Uncle his acupoint for too long." Zhong Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said proudly, "It's not that I'm looking down on second brother, but you don't need to touch this acupoint. Moreover, it won't open automatically for 24 hours. This point of view was far beyond Zhong Xiaohu's understanding. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Quick, tell me, what's going on?" Damn tilde Zhong Xiaohua curled her lips and said, "You really don't know anything. This is your brother's acupoint." "Ah," Zhong Xiaohu said gloomily, "is it that simple?" "Yeah. I don't think there are many people in the world who can unseal the acupoint that I sealed. Even if it's 24 hours, it won't automatically unseal." Zhong Xiaohu immediately said with a calm face, "Xiaohua, is this the bewitching finger that you were talking about?" "Hihi, I didn't understand. You said you were going to teach it to me. Cough cough, I'm bored these 2 days. If you have time, I don't mind teaching it to you." "Don't, my bewitching finger isn't some misty school's secret technique. You should learn from your master first. I'm still waiting to teach it to my own disciple." "Your disciple?" Zhong Xiaohu didn't seem to laugh out loud and said, "Look at how old you are and you're already thinking about having a disciple. It's better for your second brother to take advantage of others." Looking at her second brother's shameless appearance, what else could Zhong Xiaohua say? She only rolled her eyes and said, "This bewitching finger requires a person's internal energy. Wait until your internal injuries have healed and you've recovered to the same level as when you were in the Yulan Grand Canyon. Then I'll raise your internal energy to a higher level before we talk about this finger technique." Damn tilde Zhong Xiaohu said, "Then why are you still talking about it? You're making my heart itch." Zhong Xiaohua laughed and took out the bewitching finger manual from her bosom. She threw it into his arms and said, "Look at your appearance. When it comes to martial arts, you seem to be more anxious than when you see second sister-in-law. Here, I'll give it to you now so that you won't bother me every day." "Huh." Zhong Xiaohu was stunned. He opened the bewitching finger manual and carefully looked at it. He asked curiously, Xiaohua, when did you become so generous? This can't be fake, right? You. Zhong Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed and acted as if she wanted to snatch it. You're still pretending to be innocent after getting a bargain. When did I have a second brother who doesn't understand his younger brother as well as you? Zhong Xiaohu hid it in his bosom and didn't even look at it. He said mysteriously, Xiaohua, tell me honestly, where did you get this manual? Second brother is telling you, as the saying goes, if you don't borrow a book, you can't read it. In the future, you should borrow more books like this. Is that so? Zhong Xiaohua glanced at him and said, then when I have time, I'll go to your Misty School's library pavilion and borrow it to read. Don't tilde, Zhong Xiaohu said with a nervous face, isn't the library pavilion our family's own? Do you still need to borrow it? It's better to borrow it from someone else. Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, this book was taken from your Misty School's library pavilion. When did you go to the library pavilion? Or did Boss OU ask you to go there? Zhong Xiaohu asked curiously, but then his eyes turned and he thought of something and said, You went to the Righteous Alliance's territory? Zhong Xiaohua laughed again and patted second brother's shoulder, saying, isn't that our family's back garden? I've always wanted to go there. Back then, Boss OU was there, so I was really embarrassed. Now that there's a change of people, why should I be polite with them? This enchanting finger was borrowed from there. How satisfying. How satisfying. I really need to read it. Zhong Xiaohu laughed. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaohua said seriously, second brother, you can practice this secret manual. Second sister-in-law and Chen Chen can also practice it, but it's better not to spread it. This thing is probably the precious treasure of the Righteous Alliance. If too many people practice it, it will be discovered by the Righteous Alliance. It's not good for you and me. Also, I'm going to leave this secret manual to my disciple. You have to return it to me in the future. I know. Isn't it your disciple? Who knows where he is? When you find him, I'll definitely give it to you. Zhong Xiaohu waved his hand and seemed to be very nervous. It was impossible for Zhong Xiaohua to find any disciple in the next few years. Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. Her second brother really knew her well. The immortal inheritance was extraordinary. She was just a beginner and did not have the ability to accept any disciples. Let's go, second brother. It's getting late. You're not going to mend Master his meridians? Zhong Xiaohu asked in surprise. Well, Captain, his situation, it's better to observe for a few more days. I'm afraid something will go wrong if I rush for success. I don't want to add more feet to the snake. Zhong Xiaohua's face was full of lingering fear. Well, that's it for now. Are you going back to the small courtyard of the Pill Tower Hall? Well, I haven't been back for a few days. I have to go and see if there's anything wrong. Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, you go first, second brother. I'll go out soon. Oh, what can happen to you there? It's just a place where the disciples of the Misty Hall practice their martial arts. Zhong Xiaohu sneered and then led the way out. When they reached the door, he laughed and said, did no one cause trouble for you these few days? But no one said anything. Zhong Xiaohu only turned around and said, why is there no sign of her? Zhong Xiaohu was very surprised. He looked around and really did not see anyone. He had to test the waters and said, Xiaohua? Xiaohua? Where are you? Are you still playing cat and mouse with me? Don't mess around, you'll kill me. Unfortunately, only He Tianshu was lying on the bed in the whole room and no one answered his question. Zhong Xiaohu scratched his head and thought, this Xiaohua is really good at playing cat and mouse. I don't know how she ran away. Amazing. Zhong Xiaohua used the earth escape art to find a quiet place. Then, he pretended to admire the azaleas as he walked towards the small house in the Pill Repository Hall. It was already dusk and smoke was rising. The flowers and trees of the Shushan Peak were covered in a layer of red and grey under the setting sun. It looked delicate and beautiful, but also a little sad. When she was about to reach the small courtyard, a man suddenly jumped down from a big tree in the distance. He was frowning and looked at her with a hateful face. Zhong Xiaohua was looking at the scenery and did not release her divine sense. She was startled when the man jumped down. Looking at the man's muscular appearance, she immediately pretended to be afraid and said timidly, "Hero, this little one has no money. You're robbing me like this, you're wrong." When the man heard this, he almost fell down. He looked at his empty hands, his face full of sweat, and said in an evil voice, "You little brat from the Tuodan Hall, which eye of yours thinks your grandpa is an evil man who would rob you? How can you frame grandpa for no reason? Be careful, I'll go to the Pill Tower Hall and sue you for slander." Zhong Xiaohua's face was full of fear. He looked left and right, up and down. After a long while, he said, "Hero has come out. This attire is from the Misty Hall. Oh, and he doesn't have an axe. Otherwise, he would be the same as the bandits I met earlier." The man was completely defeated. He took 2 steps forward and said, "Grandpa is not here to rob you today. Bah, I've never robbed anyone before, and I won't in the future." Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously, "Then what are you here for?" "Grandpa wants to vent his anger on you," the man said as he reached out his big hand to grab Zhong Xiaohua's neck. Zhong Xiaohua frowned. He didn't mind beating this man down, but the problem was that he was a gentleman, and he was Xiaoxia. He had to be polite before resorting to force. He had to ask for the reason. If there was any misunderstanding and second brother's martial brothers were hurt, it wouldn't be good. -3. Chapter 767. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua dodged the man's palm and said with a smile, "Sir, even if you want to find trouble with me, you should at least give me a reason. Even if it's groundless, you should at least let me know. You're trying to get physical with me right from the start. This doesn't seem to be the fine tradition of your Misty Hall. You're just a bastard from the Pill Tower Hall. Of course, I know what you've done. If you hadn't offended my junior sister of the Misty Hall, how would I have thought of finding trouble with you? You should know it yourself by patting your chest." This guy's mouth was immoral, but he immediately pointed out the reason he was here. It was because of the junior sister that Zhong Xiaohua had offended. Zhong Xiaohua sighed helplessly. Speaking of offending the junior sisters of the Misty Hall, which one of them hadn't been smeared with Zhong Xiaohu's bathwater? Who knew which one this burly man was talking about? Of course, this wasn't a reason for Zhong Xiaohua to sigh. This was a secret that Zhong Xiaohua and his brother strictly guarded. Even Chang'e didn't know about it, so how could this burly man know? What Zhong Xiaohua sighed was, "It's understandable that you want to win the favor of your junior sister, but you can't vent your anger on me. It's really immoral to build the happiness of the two of you on my pain." Zhong Xiaohua was also depressed and unconsciously labeled them as immoral couple. She thought to herself, "It's fine if you two are jealous, but why do you have to drag me into it? Could it be that you can only show your masculinity by bullying an outsider like me? Maybe after breaking my arms and legs, he will still try to curry favor with others." The more Zhong Xiaohua thought about it, the angrier she got. She couldn't stand those who bullied the weak. Now that this burly man was bullying her, who was obviously a minor disciple of the Pill Tower Hall, she was even angrier. At this moment, the burly man changed his grip into a fist and a big fist smashed towards Zhong Xiaohua's face. How can this be? When Zhong Xiaohua heard the wind from the punch, he knew that the man had used 80% of his strength. If it was an ordinary disciple of the Pill Repository Hall, he wouldn't be able to dodge it and might even be crippled. Thus, he didn't reply. He had a plan in mind and stretched out his fist, placing it in the direction of the man's fist. He didn't dodge or use any strength. The man frowned slightly, but his eyes were filled with a smile. The momentum of his fist did not decrease in the slightest as it directly smashed towards Zhong Xiaohua's small and skinny fist. To be honest, even though he had used 80% of his strength, he still had some strength left. If Zhong Xiaohua was unable to dodge it, he would not dare to smash his fist on her head as it could easily kill her. All he wanted was to teach Zhong Xiaohua a lesson and win a smile from the beauty. Now that he saw Zhong Xiaohua calmly punching him, He thought that breaking the bones of this annoying disciple of the Pill Repository Hall wouldn't incur any punishment from the law enforcement disciples of the Ethereal Hall, right? Just as the burly man's junior sister's smile blossomed, he heard the expected sound of his fingers breaking. Before his smile could blossom, it was immediately strangled by the immense pain from his fist. Ouch! The man couldn't help but cry out in pain as he held his injured right hand. He stared at Zhong Xiaohua in astonishment and said, You, after saying you for a long time, he still couldn't say anything. Zhong Xiaohua glanced at the man's fingers and knew that a few of them were broken. It was only a slight piercing pain, and it was much lighter than the injuries she suffered at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. The corner of her mouth curled up as she scolded, "Uncle, how do you feel? Do you feel that you deserve it?" The man seemed to be still pondering why his fist had smashed into something as hard as a rock and not an ordinary person's fist like he had imagined. Therefore, he didn't answer for a moment. Seeing the man's slow reaction, Zhong Xiaohua rolled her eyes and smiled. "Uncle, are you the senior brother that Tian was talking about? The one who always strikes up a conversation with her?" Yes, how did you know?" "Nonsense. On the surface, I have offended 2 female disciples of the Misty Hall at Second Brother's place. One is Xiao Tian and the other is junior sister Yi, who has a huge number of pimples on her face. Even if I used my heel to think, the possibility of it being Xiao Tian was very high. Hehe, how did this guy get into the Misty School? Don't tell me that they didn't check if he was as stupid as an ox. Ari, this young master was incomparably smart and was even rejected by the Misty School. How did this guy get into the inner circle of the Misty School? The people who recruited disciples back then were really blind. Thinking about how she was rejected by the Lotus Escort Agency and the Misty School, Zhong Xiaohua felt that it was unfair. She couldn't help but have evil thoughts. She smiled and said, "This kind of thing, how could I not know? Tian also told me that she ignored you, but you still showed up in front of her every day or every other day. Although you didn't speak sometimes and only looked at her from behind, she saw it all. She also hinted to you many times, but you didn't understand, or maybe you didn't want to understand at all." "Ari, yes, junior sister Xiao, she." Halfway through, the man's face changed dramatically. Ignoring his injured right hand, his left hand pointed at Zhong Xiaohua and roared, "You. How did you know? How can you call her Tian? Say it." Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and said helplessly, "Uncle, have you not studied before? Don't you know that the ancients said, 1,000 miles of marriage is linked by a thread, if fated, 1,000 miles will meet, if not, we will not know each other. Oh, there's also love at first sight." Zhong Xiaohua used all the idioms she knew and looked at the man with a smile that wasn't a smile. How is this possible? How could junior martial sister Xiao take a fancy to a pretty boy like you? The man was both shocked and angry, and his voice was trembling. Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and wagged her tail. She almost took out her fan and said sourly, "Beautiful women like little white faces, this is an ancient saying. I think even someone like you who hasn't studied for many days knows this. Tell me, if a female disciple like Tian doesn't like a little white face like me, why would she like a brute like you?" The man almost flew into a rage and was about to punch again, but the moment he moved, it affected the place where his broken bones were, causing it to hurt even more. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "What's more, this little white face is even fiercer than you, why wouldn't she like me?" When the man heard this, he was so angry that his eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. "That's about it, Zhong Xiaohua secretly felt good, but she still said, "What? You don't believe me? What's there to not believe? If Tian wasn't interested in me, why would she tell me about you? If I didn't hear about you, I would know that she was talking about you the moment I saw you. Sigh, if you still don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. Why don't you go ask Tian yourself? Maybe you'll only give up if she tells you personally." After saying this, she looked like she wanted to help but couldn't. Sure enough, the man was fooled. He jumped up high and didn't even remember the pain in his finger. He said, I naturally don't believe it. We have been brother and sister for so many years. How could she, How could she possibly fall in love with someone else after seeing you a few times? I will go ask her now. Towards the end, his voice became softer and softer, as if he agreed with Zhong Xiaohua's words of love at first sight. Without waiting for him to finish, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the direction of the misty hall. Zhong Xiaohua watched the man's back disappear quickly, and he could vaguely see the commotion for a while. With a smile on his face, he shouted without turning his head, "Senior Brother Du, you've been watching this show for a long time. It's time to pay some copper coins." Before he finished speaking, a tall figure floated down from a big tree at the side. With a surprised look on his face, he asked, "Junior Brother Ren, when did you discover me? It seems like your eyes have never looked in my direction." Zhong Xiaohua cupped his fists and said, "When Senior Brother Du came out from the direction of my courtyard, I saw it. However, Senior Brother Du was unreasonable. At that time, you as his senior brother had yet to make a move, so why didn't you stop him? Don't tell me you like to hide in the tree and watch the two tigers fight." "Oh, right, I have been talking to your senior brother for a long time and I still don't know his name. Is this how the disciples of the Misty Hall are taught? There is no basic etiquette at all." Du Feng's face was a little embarrassed as he licked his lips and said, "This senior brother is called Song Yinghao. His temper is a little rough, but his heart is not bad. Junior Brother Ren, please don't lower yourself to his level." Faint. Zhong Xiaohua slapped her forehead. It was said that officials would protect each other, but in this Misty School, it was really everyone who protected each other. She couldn't help but sneer. If your heart is not bad, then you don't tell the reason why you want to grab someone's neck. If you tell the reason, then you hit someone's face with your fist. How could he not have a bad heart at this time? How can I not lower myself to his level? Du Feng said, "Junior Brother Ren's martial arts are very strong. Even Liu Qiaogang is not your opponent. This Song Yinghao probably won't be able to gain any advantage from your hands, so I didn't stop you. Moreover, all the disciples of the Misty Hall know about Senior Brother Song's temperament. On Shushin Peak, everyone gives him some leeway. If Junior Brother Ren can teach him a lesson, it may not be a bad thing. Moreover, didn't Junior Brother Ren teach him a lesson just now? Not only did he make him suffer, but he also instructed him to find Junior Sister Xiao. Presumably, tomorrow you will see Song Yinghao with a bloody nose and a swollen face. If I appear, how can I show Junior Brother Ren's wisdom? Alas, flattery is the only thing that will work. Senior Brother Du, I don't dare to answer your words. Did you come to the courtyard to find me to flatter me?" Zhong Xiaohua touched her nose and laughed. "Of course not. I am looking for Junior Brother Ren because I have something important to discuss with him." "Hey!" Zhong Xiaohua was surprised. "What is it?" -3. Chapter 768. Seeing that Du Feng specially came to find him, Zhong Xiaohua was surprised and said, "I heard that this pill-expanding hall is a peaceful place. How did I become so popular the moment I came? Could it be that you were all so hospitable in the past?" Du Feng cupped his hands and said, "Junior Brother Ren has been here for a few days. It seems that there are many disciples who have disturbed you. If I have offended you in any way, I would like to apologize to you." "Hey!" Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly supported him and said, "One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. I haven't said anything to you yet and you are in such a hurry to apologize. Could it be that you have something to ask of me?" Being seen through by Zhong Xiaohua, Du Feng's face heated up and he felt a little embarrassed. But soon after, he smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to ask if what you said to Junior Brother Xiao is true." "Junior Brother Xiao?" Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Who is this person? What did I say to him?" Hearing this, the faint joy on Du Feng's face was immediately swept away. He had seen with his own eyes how Zhong Xiaohua had deceived Song Yinghao. He thought that what he knew was just Zhong Xiaohua casually replying. He could only smile and said, "It's that guy who brought a group of young disciples to find trouble with you that day. His name is Xiao Binghe." Zhong Xiaohua slapped his forehead as he remembered. This matter had only happened a few days ago, but Zhong Xiaohua had encountered too many things in the past few days, so he had long forgotten about it. If Du Feng had mentioned Mu Tangchun, he might have immediately thought of it. However, if Xiao Binghe was only mentioned, he naturally did not have much of an impression of him. Zhong Xiaohua said embarrassedly, "Senior brother Du, you must be joking. These days, there have been too many people who have come to find trouble with junior brother. Even if I am talented and intelligent, my memory is not clear." With senior martial brother Du's reminder, this little brother remembered. Du Feng was also speechless. Xiao Binghe bringing people to find trouble was wrong. Being ridiculed by Zhong Xiaohua, how could he say anything? His face was slightly red. In the dusk, it was hard to see clearly. He smiled and said, "I wonder if what junior brother Ren said that day was true?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "I forgot that this kind of thing should be told to you. Telling them is like playing the lute to a cow." "Oh, is senior brother Du talking about the matter of various herbs or the matter of exchanging pills?" "This is of course the promise that junior brother Ren made that day." "Promises?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "My Ren." At this point, she unconsciously rolled her eyes and smiled, saying softly, "Senior brother Du, do you think what I said to them is true?" Hearing Zhong Xiaohua's question, Du Feng could not help but secretly sigh. He cupped his hands and said, "Since junior brother Ren said so, this one will not ask anymore. Let's go. Our Misty Hall's Vice Hall Master Qin wants to see you." "Vice Hall Master Qin?" Zhong Xiaohua was shocked and said, "Why does she want to see me? Has she seen all the previous disciples of the Pill Tower Hall?" Du Feng shook his head and said, "Although this deal with the Pill Tower Hall is managed by Vice Hall Master Qin, she is very busy every day. How can she have the leisure to care about this?" This one discussed with the other senior brothers and reported the situation to Vice Hall Master Qin. "It was only because she heard your nonsense that day that she felt it was inconceivable and thought of asking me to ask if it was true." "Oh, I see." Zhong Xiaohua suddenly understood. Since it was not because of other things and it was not because of Chang'e and Chen Chen's report, it must be because of the Misty Hall's business. So she cupped her hands and said, "Since Vice Hall Master Qin thinks so highly of this one, please lead the way. Senior brother Du, I also want to admire Vice Hall Master Qin's majesty." "Admire?" Hearing this, Du Feng could not help but smile bitterly and said secretly, "Can this word be used in this way?" However, he just pretended not to hear it and said with a smile, "Junior brother Ren, please follow me." Du Feng led Zhong Xiaohua forward. After a while, they came to a place that Zhong Xiaohua was very familiar with. It was the Misty Hall that Zhong Xiaohua entered when she came to Shushin Peak. At this time, there was only Aunt Qin in the Misty Hall. She was sitting on a chair with her head lowered and pondering. When she heard Du Feng's report, she was delighted and asked first, "Did the disciple of the pill-expanding hall agree?" Du Feng shook his head and said helplessly, "He neither admitted nor denied. This disciple doesn't know what he is thinking, but..." Then he told her what he had seen. Hearing this, Aunt Qin frowned and sighed, "The disciple sent by the pill-expanding hall is really extraordinary. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Let him in." When Zhong Xiaohua followed Du Feng into the Misty Hall, she saw Aunt Qin staring at her. She felt a little scared and went forward to salute. "Disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall, Ren Xiaoyao, pays his respects to Vice Hall Master Qin." "Oh, Ren Xiaoyao, please get up." Aunt Qin returned the greeting and said, "I wanted to see you for a long time, but there are many things to do in the hall. You saw it the day you arrived. The aftermath of the matter is very complicated and we have just finished dealing with it." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Vice Hall Master Qin has a heavy responsibility and is working hard for all the disciples of the Misty Hall. You are much busier than a small disciple of the pill-expanding hall like me. I can understand, I can understand." Aunt Qin smiled and said, "I heard from Du Feng that there were many people who went to find trouble with you these few days. Actually, I should have told them earlier. I have caused you to be wronged. I apologize to you here." Zhong Xiaohua quickly stood up and said, "Vice Hall Master Qin, you don't have to be so polite. I am happy that they came to play with me. I am the only one here and they came to find trouble with me because they were afraid I would be lonely. I am very happy and was about to thank you, but you apologized to me first. I can't accept it, I can't accept it. In fact, he was cursing in his heart. Sigh, it's even easier to say, after aborting the child, you can see your parents. That's right. The previous disciples of the pill-expanding hall probably didn't receive such treatment. Nephew Ren, you must be joking. Aunt Chin closed the distance between them and said with a smile, young disciples are full of vigor. If they meet an expert like Nephew Ren, they will also be happy. The two of you can compare notes with each other. It will be a good story between our Shushin Peak and Baiyu Peak. Zhong Xiaohua listened and smiled without saying anything. Aunt Chin glanced at Zhong Xiaohua and Du Feng and asked casually, I heard from Du Feng that you promised Xiao Binghe that they would fill all the wastelands in the Shushin Peak with herbs. And it would be best if the herbs were the ones that our Misty Hall is short of. You also promised that you would use the most reasonable method to exchange the pills for our herbs. Hihi, you also said that during the exchange, they would personally come out and make the decision for you. Is this true? If it was usual, Zhong Xiaohua would have already agreed and admitted that it was true. But now, seeing Aunt Chin so serious and happy, she didn't know what medicine she was selling in her gourd. How could she dare to agree casually? She only said vaguely, it can't be considered as an agreement. It can't be considered as an agreement. I think Deputy Hall Master Chin should know. Whether my promise is true or not. When Aunt Chin heard this, she immediately had a look of realization. With a smile, she said, how can I not know what Nephew Ren is thinking? We are all sensible people. Since we have called you here and only Du Feng is present, you don't have to worry about anything. Tell me, how much of the benefits do you want? Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and said dumbfounded, what do you mean by how much of the benefits? What is Deputy Hall Master Chin talking about? Vice Hall Master Chin smiled coldly and said, virtuous Nephew Ren, it is not good for you to feign ignorance like this. We are all people of the pugilistic world. Since we all know this and I have already asked so clearly, virtuous Nephew Ren, can't you name a price? Zhong Xiaohua's mind turned quickly. She immediately thought of what Xiao Binghe said that day and understood. She cupped her hands and said sincerely, oh, so Deputy Hall Master Chin is talking about this. Actually, I don't have any thoughts. Even if Deputy Hall Master Chin doesn't give me any benefits, I am also willing to. Without waiting for Zhong Xiaohua to finish, Aunt Chin waved her hand and said, forget it. Don't put on a sanctimonious face in front of this old lady. I have seen many people like you. In this day and age, if you don't have any benefits for yourself, do you think you can promise so many benefits to our Misty Hall? Such conditions are obviously disadvantageous to our Pill Tower Hall. Aren't you just trying to get more benefits for yourself? Then, he smiled and said, Nephew Ren is young and thin-skinned. This hall understands that very well. However, Nephew Ren's methods are vicious and your intentions are experienced. This hall admires you greatly. Speak, how much of the benefits do you want? Zhong Xiaohua waved her hands and said, Deputy Hall Master Chin, really? Ha ha ha, you little brat, you're really giving us a hard time. Forget it, I'll tell you the truth. Our Misty Hall can only give you 30% of the benefits. You can consider it yourself and see if it's suitable. 30%. Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. She calculated in her heart. 30% of the benefits meant that she had to keep 3 out of 10 elixirs while the Misty Hall could only keep 7. Wasn't it too much of a loss for them? Seeing Zhong Xiaohua hesitating, Deputy Hall Master Chin frowned and said, Nephew Ren, you have to think carefully. If you ask for an exorbitant price like the previous ones, even 30% will be gone. Zhong Xiaohua frowned even more. 30% was not a lot, but didn't the previous ones ask for more? 40%. 50%. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua still hesitating, Deputy Hall Master Chin gritted his teeth and said, Nephew Ren, forget it. You don't have to think about it. 40% is the final price. If you ask for more, you can only end up like your senior brother of the Pill Tower Hall. Let's break up. No, no. Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hands and said, I don't. Zhong Xiaohua wanted to say no, but thinking of what Aunt Qin said just now, she had to change her words. I don't mean that. I just want 10%. What? 10%? Aunt Qin was surprised. She looked at Du Feng and said, Nephew Ren, don't play with me. Could it be that you want to cheat our Misty Hall with those fake and inferior pills? -3. Chapter 769. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't expect that after he was so kind and didn't want any benefits, she would say that he was pretending to be innocent. He took a step back and said that he only wanted 10% of the benefits, but she said that he was using fake and inferior medicinal pills to coax her. Moreover, Aunt Qin kept increasing the benefits she gave to others by 10%, as if she was afraid that others would beat her to it. Could it be that she was afraid that he would ask for too much? Or was she afraid that she wouldn't feel at ease if she didn't take 10% of the benefits? Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. What was wrong with people nowadays? Could it be that it was wrong to live a pure and simple life and pursue a little bit of freedom? Could Zhua Ya, who was different from the rest, only by scheming, using some dirty tricks and playing some dirty tricks? Only then could you gain a trace of arrogance. Sighing, Zhong Xiaohua reluctantly said, Deputy Hall Master Qin, you're too sensitive. If so, I'll take 20% as a show of sincerity. We'll be on the same side in the future. Aunt Qin still shook her head. No, at least 30%. I won't feel at ease if it's less. If you come with elixirs that we don't know about, we'll be the ones who get hurt in the end. Trust, trust. Zhong Xiaohua almost looked up to the sky and sighed. The lack of trust in the pill hall directly led to Aunt Qin only using 30% of the benefits to win the hearts of the disciples on duty. Only then could she feel some sense of security in her heart. But, where did this trust come from? Cough, cough. Zhong Xiaohua coughed and said, Let me ask you something that I shouldn't ask. Deputy Hall Master Qin, how much did my senior brothers want before? Aunt Qin was a little impatient. Didn't I say just now? There were 50%, 60%, and even 70% last time. Do you all think that our Shushan Peak is a medicine field that doesn't need copper coins and only wants to take advantage of our Misty Hall's disciples? He, Aunt Qin said in a somewhat threatening tone, perhaps my Misty Hall doesn't have much authority, but we have disciples who aren't afraid of death. I'm sure you know what happened to your senior brothers. Breaking their arms and legs is a common occurrence. Sigh. Zhong Xiaohua also sighed as if she had experienced the vicissitudes of life. She finally understood what Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu meant when they were at Tianmu Peak. At that time, Zhong Xiaohua only thought that she had caught the eye of Elder Zishan. She had walked around Shushan Peak, and it was like a piece of wood being plated with a layer of gold. Although it was still wood on the inside, the surface was gold. The Hall Master would also put her in an important position. But now, it seemed that the position of Shushan Peak's guard was really a huge fat job. Think about it, from Aunt Qin's tone, she had already bargained for 40%. If she insisted, it was possible for her to get 50%. Zhong Xiaohua didn't have any idea how many elixirs there were between Shushan Peak and Baiyu Peak. But the concept of 50% meant that the amount of elixirs that Zhong Xiaohua received every time was the same as the amount of elixirs used by all the disciples of Shushan Peak. What kind of concept was that? Even if one used their heels to think, they would know that it was so fat that it would definitely be blood splashing 3 feet, oil flowing 5 feet. Of course, Zhong Xiaohua wasn't stupid enough to think that she was the one who pocketed the 50% elixirs. Not to mention Elder Zishan, even Deputy Hall Master Shu, Yang Yarrow, and the others would have to rely on her to bribe them. At this time, thinking of Yang Yarrow's somewhat evasive words, Zhong Xiaohua was even more clear. Poor Misty Hall. Poor Shushan Peak. They had no freedom, no autonomy, no resistance, no escape, and could only bear it silently. They could only maintain their fake dignity by flattering the insignificant disciples on duty of Pill Expansion Hall. That dignity could be broken by a single toe of Pill Expansion Hall. And the consequence of that was to break the hands and feet of the disciples on duty. They didn't even dare to take their lives. What about the people behind these disciples on duty? The people of Misty Hall, from young Rupiang to Mu Tang Chun, could only look at them with anger in their eyes. They couldn't do anything to them. And then, they could only wait to greet the next disciple on duty with a smiling face. They could only hope that this person would ask for 10% less of the benefits. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua's anger towards the harassment of the disciples of Misty Hall these days had already disappeared. They were also helpless and just wanted to give her some external pressure, hoping that she wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Alas, in fact, was it useful? If she didn't break the existing pattern and fight for the position of Shushin Peak, even if they continued to harass her, as long as she asked for 10% more of the benefits, wouldn't they all make unnecessary sacrifices? But, what did she need so many elixirs for? To keep them for herself. The elixirs she refined were many times better than these elixirs. Forget it, she didn't want to develop in Pill Expansion Hall. Let those vampires in Pill Expansion Hall go to hell. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua pondering, Aunt Qin also pondered. After a while, she asked, "What do you think, Nephew Ren?" Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Well, since Aunt Qin gave me so much face, how could I refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? I'll take the 30% of the benefits." Aunt Qin was incomparably delighted. She didn't expect this disciple on duty to be so easy to talk to. 30% of the benefits was something she had never dreamed of. 40% was her bottom line. If it was 50%, to be honest, she had no choice but to agree. Therefore, she still said in disbelief, "You really only want 30%? Don't you intend to keep some for yourself?" Ha ha ha, Zhong Xiaohua raised her head and laughed. "A gentleman keeps his word. Not only that, what I said to Xiao Binghe before was true. When the day of the transaction comes, just let them come over." Aunt Qin scratched her head, her heart full of astonishment. Xiao Binghe's words were just an excuse for her to let Zhong Xiaohua come over. How could she take it seriously? In her heart, she had already taken Zhong Xiaohua's words as a joke. The process of the transaction was supposed to be decided by the disciple on duty. It was also the process of them doing something fishy. How could they let the disciples of the Misty Hall interfere? Aunt Qin couldn't help but stare at Zhong Xiaohua's somewhat childish face. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't think that this person in front of her was Zhong Xiaohua. After all, they looked too similar. They were exactly the same. But it was because of this that she was very puzzled. How could there be no change after not seeing each other for several years? Therefore, for a moment, she was only suspicious. Of course, there was another very important reason. Zhong Xiaohua came out of the Yulan Grand Canyon with Zhong Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen. If this Zhong Xiaohua was the manservant of Huanxi Manor, then as the elder brother, Zhong Xiaohu had no reason not to recognize him. But even if Zhong Xiaohu recognized him and helped to hide it, he wouldn't hide it from Chang'e and Chen Chen. But who were Chang'e and Chen Chen? They were the disciples that Aunt Qin had brought up since they were young. They wouldn't hide anything from Aunt Qin. If this young man was Zhong Xiaohua, Chang'e and Chen Chen would have told her at the first moment. Since they didn't say it, this person definitely wasn't Zhong Xiaohua. It had to be said that Aunt Qin's analysis was very thorough, but the result of her analysis was based on the loyalty of Chang'e and Chen Chen. What about Chang'e and Chen Chen? They had long been on the side of outsiders. Not to mention the so-called small matter of Zhong Xiaohua being the disciple on duty in the pill opening hall, they didn't mention a word about the kindness of replacing Zhong Xiaohua to spread merits and collecting all the injured disciples of the Misty School. Aunt Qin stared at Zhong Xiaohua until her hair stood on end. She unconsciously laughed and said, "Deputy Hall Master Qin, you still can't believe it, right?" "Haha, not at all." Aunt Qin waved her hand and motioned for Du Feng to leave. Then she said, "It's really a blessing for the pill opening hall to cultivate a disciple like Nephew Ren. It's also a blessing for you. If your senior fellow apprentices were like this, how could they have broken up? Of course, if it weren't for their greed, how could our hall have met such a young talent like Nephew Ren?" Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly cupped her hands and said that she didn't dare. Aunt Qin changed the topic and said with a smile, "But I have a question to ask Nephew Ren." When Zhong Xiaohua saw Du Feng leave, she knew that Aunt Qin had something to ask. She smiled and said, "Deputy Hall Master Qin, just say it. We were in the same boat just now and I still want to stay on this boat for a few more years." Good. Aunt Qin gave her a thumbs up and praised, "Nephew Ren is very forthright. It's nothing much. I just want to ask you about someone." Zhong Xiaohua pretended to be stunned and said, "Someone? Which senior fellow apprentice of Bai Yefeng?" "It's not Bai Yefeng's senior fellow apprentice." Aunt Qin's face was mysterious, but her eyes were staring into Zhong Xiaohua's eyes. She whispered, "I want to ask Nephew Ren if you know Zhong Xiaohua." Sure enough, Zhong Xiaohua secretly thought. However, since Aunt Qin had just negotiated with her and now asked her this question, it meant that Chang'e and Chen Chen didn't tell her that she was Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua already had a plan in mind. Although her heart skipped a beat, her eyes didn't shrink back at all. She smiled and said, "Zhong Xiaohua? You don't know her? What an ugly reputation. Is she a village girl?" "Vice Hall Master Qin, you're wrong. My pill repository hall has a majority of male disciples and I've never seen many female disciples. If you want me to inquire about the inner sect female disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, you're wrong. I also know very little." Then, he looked at Aunt Qin's appearance and suddenly realized something. He said, "Could it be that she's an inner disciple of Misty Hall? Is she Xiao Tiantian's junior or senior fellow apprentice? If she's like junior sister Yi, Deputy Hall Master Qin should keep your mouth shut." Hearing this, Aunt Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She waved her hand and said, "This person is not a female disciple of Misty Hall or Lingxiang Peak." Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously, "Then whose name is it? Could it be Xiaohua, Xiaokao, or Puppy's name?" -3. Chapter 770. The awakening pill in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace began to gestate. Zhong Xiaohua adjusted the fire slightly and left the alchemy room. After entering the alchemy room, she had a few days of leisure. There was no movement from Oyu Yang's side, but He Tianshu wanted to take a look. He had sealed her acupoints for so long, it was time to unseal them. Sure enough, when Zhong Xiaohua came to the small room, Zhong Xiaohu was anxiously pacing inside. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua come in with a relaxed face, he couldn't help but ask, "Xiaohua, where have you been these days? You didn't even show up. Even when I sent people to the small courtyard of the alchemy hall to look for you, no one answered." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Second brother, don't worry. Didn't I also have an urgent matter? Miss Oyu is even more anxious than Captain He." Zhong Xiaohu patted his forehead and said, "Alas, I forgot about this. Miss Oyu is the sister of sect leader Oyu. Although she has never been in contact with our Misty Hall, in the eyes of the disciples, she is also a kind of spiritual support. If something happens to her, it will be a self-evident blow to the disciples of our Misty School. However, Miss Oyu is a person that sect leader personally guaranteed. Who has the guts to be so ruthless?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "How would I know? You go burn incense and ask God." "But," Zhong Xiaohua said until here, but hesitated. Although she saw someone spying on Oyu Yang on the mountain, she didn't know what was written inside. There was no evidence, so it was still too early to make a conclusion. Then she said, "Miss Oyu is really good to me. Of course, I have to do my best to help her." "That's true. I also borrowed Miss Oyu's glory to enter the Misty School. We must repay this kindness. I just don't know, how is the situation now? The pill will be refined in a few days. You just need to feed it to Miss Oyu. There shouldn't be a big problem." "You can really refine pills?" Zhong Xiaohu was still surprised as he asked, "The pharmacy halls? Even Marshal Uncle he doesn't understand these things. How did you learn them? Did Rejuvenation Valley really teach you this? Oh right, why is she so nice to you?" He had both medical skills and alchemy skills. Is this a pure relationship between a man and a woman? Zhong Xiaohua was very embarrassed. Regarding Nai Qianyu's matter, Zhong Xiaohua was very vague and did not say it clearly. Zhong Xiaohu's question hit the nail on the head. Yes, how could Rejuvenation Valley be so generous? Why did he have to teach Zhong Xiaohua everything? Scratching her head, Zhong Xiaohua said, "You don't have to ask about that. In any case, who would benefit the most from me knowing how to concoct pills? Even if I don't say it, you should know that if you make me angry, you won't even get half a pill." Zhong Xiaohu curled his lips and said with a domineering and arrogant face, "I'll see if you dare." Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, "By the way, second brother, I forgot that Deputy Hall Master Qin came to see me a few days ago." "Hey! She recognized you?" Zhong Xiaohu laughed and said, "Maybe Chang'e and Chen Chen told her." "Forget it, second brother. Haven't you noticed? Your charm now is incredible. In second sister-in-law's heart, your position is far higher than that of Hall Master Qin." Zhong Xiaohua joked, "Deputy Hall Master Qin just suspected me. She didn't know my identity," and, with that, Zhong Xiaohua told him about the deal between the Misty Hall and the Pill-Expanding Hall, as well as her 30% profit. "Ah!" Zhong Xiaohu's face was filled with astonishment as he said, "I am aware that the Pill Tower Hall is short on quality goods. Even the disciples of Shushan Peak are aware of this. However, I am unaware of the benefits of 30%, 40%, and even 60%. Even the other disciples are unaware of this." Zhong Xiaohua sneered, "This is the humiliation of the Misty Hall. How can you let your disciples know? How can you lose the face of the Hall Masters for no reason? Sometimes, not knowing anything may be a kind of happiness. But, shouldn't we have the right to know? After all, these herbs were planted by us one by one. If they give them away so easily, won't they consider our hard work?" "The right to know?" Zhong Xiaohua snorted and said, "Even if this right was given to Zhao Jian or Du Feng, it would not be given to a direct disciple like you. You don't have the strength to match it, but you have the ability to incite others. Do you think others will give you the right to speak and the right to know?" Zhong Xiaohu was sad. Zhong Xiaohua then comforted him, "You are now an ordinary disciple of Xiaoyaro Zizai. If you are in the position of the Hall Master, you may have similar considerations. They should have their own difficulties." Zhong Xiaohu nodded and said, "Alas, it is so. It is really not easy to protect the disciples of the Misty Hall in the Shushan Peak. But 70% of the elixirs, how can I not feel heartache when I hear that? Maybe I didn't have time to participate in the past, and I don't know if I can participate in the future. Since I am in the Shushan Peak, I will not let the Misty Hall suffer. Come on, you have taken 30% of the elixirs, and you still have the nerve to say that. He, why do I want these elixirs? Didn't I give them to you?" Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and said, "If you don't want them, I will take back the White Mountain." Zhong Xiaohu was stunned and said, "You don't want to use these elixirs to bribe the Hall Master of the Pill Expansion Hall and others? I don't count on them, why should I bribe them? It is better to give them to you directly than to them. But, don't forget, if you don't bribe them, your Hall Master will call you back, and then he will send other people over. Second brother, I have to say that you are too honest. First, many people covet this position in the Pill Expansion Hall, but they are afraid of losing their hands and feet, and even their lives. The Hall Master doesn't know how to send people over. Maybe the Lingering Fragrance Peak also knows about this, so this time he sent me, an unknown little medicine boy, to come over. Moreover, I have some relationship with the Misty Hall, so it is a chance for the Misty Hall to reconcile. Even if I don't give them elixirs, I don't think there will be anyone else in the next few years. Second, second brother, you really can't think of it? Zhong Xiaohu curiously said, "There is a second reason? I really can't think of it, tell me about it." Zhong Xiaohua proudly said, "This Xiaoxia can refine elixirs myself, who would have the problem of giving them the herbs and let them peel off a layer of skin for no reason?" Zhong Xiaohu was shocked, and looked at Zhong Xiaohua very strangely. "Are you Xiaohua?" Zhong Xiaohua curiously said, "I am Ren Xiaoyao." No wonder. I was wondering when the always stingy Xiaohua would help our Misty school refine elixirs for free. So it is Ren Xiaoyao, then it is not strange. Zhong Xiaohua swayed and almost fell down. She pointed at her own nose. Second brother, do I have such an image in your heart? Zhong Xiaohu rubbed his chin and said, it's better than that. Ari, forget it, forget it. I can't be bothered to bicker with you. I don't have anything in common with you. Zhong Xiaohua looked defeated. She walked over to He Tianshu and said, Captain, he still thinks highly of me, and thinks that my aptitude is good. Forget it, he doesn't even want to take you as a disciple. After saying that, he slapped his forehead and said, Ayo, I understand now. You didn't come for several days because of this sentence. Did you want to starve Martial Uncle He until he is skin and bones? Am I that petty? Zhong Xiaohua angrily said. Even worse, even worse. Zhong Xiaohu still came to this conclusion. Zhong Xiaohua took out a jade bottle from her bosom and threw it to Zhong Xiaohu. Take a look and see what this is. Zhong Xiaohu poured out a pill, but couldn't understand it, so he humbly asked, what is this? Fasting pill. Zhong Xiaohua said unhappily, I gave it to Captain He the next day. Miss Ou did the same. She ate one pill and didn't feel thirsty or hungry for 7 days. Really? It seems that I am blaming you. After saying that, Zhong Xiaohu quietly put the jade bottle into his bosom. His movements were so light that it was as if he was caressing Chang Ji's skin. Zhong Xiaohua rolled her eyes at him and didn't say anything. She just put her finger on He Tianshu's pulse and carefully checked his pulse. Then, she infused her true qi into He Tianshu's body to check the joints that she had crushed one by one. After a while, she withdrew her finger. How is it? Zhong Xiaohu probed. Ari tilde Zhong Xiaohua sighed. Ayo, is it? Zhong Xiaohu heard and quickly asked, even if there is a problem, Martial Uncle his life. Ari, not only is his life saved, even his joints are safe. Zhong Xiaohua's face was filled with worry. When Zhong Xiaohu saw this, he comforted her, you did your best. Then, he realized something and asked, you said his joints are saved? Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, yes, Captain, his joints are recovering very well. This bone-solidifying pill really lives up to its name. I just checked and all the joints in his body have started to heal. However, the bones are the backbone of the human body. It will take some time for them to heal. Maybe 40 to 50 days. That's good, that's good. Don't talk about 40 to 50 days, even if it takes a year, Martial Uncle he would be willing to wait. What, only 40 to 50 days? Zhong Xiaohu was slow to realize, this is too unbelievable. What do you know? How can my Bida school's elixir be guessed by an ordinary person like you? Bida school? Zhong Xiaohu asked curiously, when did you enter Bida school? Who's your master? This. Zhong Xiaohua scratched his chin and said, currently, Xiaoxia is the only one in Bida school. Wait for me to slowly look for a disciple. Okay. When you establish your own sect, I will bring your nephew to congratulate you. Great. He directly extended the pole to the next generation. Zhong Xiaohua laughed, it doesn't matter if he congratulates me or not. Just remember to return the things you borrowed from me to Bida school. The two brothers chatted for a while. Then, Zhong Xiaohua said, Captain, he has been poked for a few days. It's time for him to get some fresh air. However, you can watch over him more these few days. Don't let anything happen to him. Zhong Xiaohu nodded. Just as he was about to agree, he heard someone anxiously shouting, Senior Zhong, please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. -3. Chapter 771. The awakening pill in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace began to gestate. Zhong Xiaohua adjusted the fire slightly and left the alchemy room. After entering the alchemy room, she had a few days of leisure. There was no movement from Ouyang Yang's side, but He Tianshu wanted to take a look. He had sealed her acupoints for so long, it was time to unseal them. Sure enough, When Zhong Xiaohua came to the small room, Zhong Xiaohu was anxiously pacing inside. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua come in with a relaxed face, he couldn't help but ask, "Xiaohua, where have you been these days? You didn't even show up. Even when I sent people to the small courtyard of the alchemy hall to look for you, no one answered." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Second brother, don't worry. Didn't I also have an urgent matter? Miss Oyu is even more anxious than Captain He." Zhong Xiaohu patted his forehead and said, "Alas, I forgot about this. Miss Oyu is the sister of sect leader Oyu. Although she has never been in contact with our Misty Hall, in the eyes of the disciples, she is also a kind of spiritual support. If something happens to her, it will be a self-evident blow to the disciples of our Misty School. However, Miss Oyu is a person that sect leader personally guaranteed. Who has the guts to be so ruthless?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "How would I know? You go burn incense and ask God." "But," Zhong Xiaohua said until here, but hesitated. Although she saw someone spying on Oyu Yang on the mountain, she didn't know what was written inside. There was no evidence, so it was still too early to make a conclusion. Then she said, "Miss Oyu is really good to me. Of course, I have to do my best to help her. That's true. I also borrowed Miss Oyu's glory to enter the Misty School. We must repay this kindness. I just don't know, how is the situation now? The pill will be refined in a few days. You just need to feed it to Miss Oyu. There shouldn't be a big problem. You can really refine pills?" Zhong Xiaohu was still surprised as he asked, "The pharmacy halls? Ian, even Marshall Uncle, he doesn't understand these things. How did you learn them? Did Rejuvenation Valley really teach you this? Oh right, why is she so nice to you? He had both medical skills and alchemy skills. Is this a pure relationship between a man and a woman?" Zhong Xiaohua was very embarrassed. Regarding Nai Qianyu's matter, Zhong Xiaohua was very vague and did not say it clearly. Zhong Xiaohu's question hit the nail on the head. Yes, how could Rejuvenation Valley be so generous? Why did he have to teach Zhong Xiaohua everything? Scratching her head, Zhong Xiaohua said, "You don't have to ask about that. In any case, who would benefit the most from me knowing how to concoct pills? Even if I don't say it, you should know that if you make me angry, you won't even get half a pill." Zhong Xiaohu curled his lips and said with a domineering and arrogant face, "I'll see if you dare." Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, "By the way, second brother, I forgot that Deputy Hall Master Qin came to see me a few days ago." "Hey, she recognized you?" Zhong Xiaohu laughed and said, "Maybe Chang'e and Chen Chen told her." "Forget it, second brother. Haven't you noticed? Your charm now is incredible. In second sister-in-law's heart, your position is far higher than that of Hall Master Qin." Zhong Xiaohua joked, "Deputy Hall Master Qin just suspected me. She didn't know my identity, and, with that, Zhong Xiaohua told him about the deal between the Misty Hall and the Pill-Expanding Hall, as well as her 30% profit." "Ah!" Zhong Xiaohu looked surprised and said, "I know that the Pill-Expanding Hall is short of quality goods and even all the disciples of the Shushan Peak know it. But 30%, 40%, and even 60% of the profit, I don't know about it. Even other disciples don't know about it." Zhong Xiaohua sneered, "This is the humiliation of the Misty Hall. How can you let your disciples know about it? How can you embarrass the Hall Masters for no reason? Sometimes, not knowing anything may be a kind of happiness. But, shouldn't we have the right to know? After all, these herbs were planted by us one by one. They gave them away so easily. Didn't they consider our hard work? The right to know?" Zhong Xiaohua snorted and said, "Even if this right is given to Zhao Jian or Du Feng, it won't be given to you, a direct disciple. You don't have enough force but enough instigating power. Do you think others will give you the right to speak and the right to know?" Zhong Xiaohu was sad. Zhong Xiaohua then comforted him, "You are now an ordinary disciple of Xiaoyaro Zizai. If you are in the position of Hall Master, you may have similar considerations. They should have their own difficulties." Zhong Xiaohu nodded and said, "Alas, it is so. It is not easy to protect the disciples of the Misty Hall in the Shushan Peak. But 70% of the elixirs were given away. How can I not feel heartache? Maybe I didn't have time to participate in the past. I don't know if I can participate in the future. Since I am in the Shushan Peak, second brother, I will not let the Misty Hall suffer. Forget it. You have taken 30% of the elixirs and you still have the nerve to say it. Why do I want these elixirs? Didn't I give them to you? Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and said, if you don't want them, I will take back the White Mountain. Zhong Xiaohu was stunned and said, you don't want to use these elixirs to bribe the hall master of the Pill Expansion Hall and others? I don't count on them. Why should I bribe them? It is better to give them to you than to them. But, don't forget that if you don't bribe them, your hall master will call you back. Won't he send other people over? Second brother, I have to say that you are too honest. First of all, many people covet this position in the Pill Expansion Hall, but they are afraid of losing their hands and feet, or even their lives. The hall master doesn't know how to send people over. Maybe the lingering fragrance peak also knows about this. This time he sent me, an unknown little medicine boy, because I have some connection with your Misty Hall. It is a chance for your Misty Hall to reconcile. Even if I don't give them elixirs, I don't think there will be anyone else in these years. Second, second brother, you really can't think of it. Zhong Xiaohu curiously said, there is a second reason. I really can't think of it. Tell me about it. Zhong Xiaohua proudly said, I, Xiaoxia, can refine elixirs myself. Who would have the problem to give them the herbs and let them peel off a layer of my skin for no reason? Zhong Xiaohu was surprised and looked at Zhong Xiaohua curiously. Are you Xiaohua? Zhong Xiaohua curiously said, I am Ren Xiaoyao. No wonder. I was wondering when the stingy Xiaohua would help our Misty School refine elixirs for free. So it is Ren Xiaoyao. Then it is not strange. Zhong Xiaohua swayed and almost fell down. She pointed at her own nose and said, second brother, do I have such an image in your mind? Zhong Xiaohu rubbed his chin and said, it's better than that. Sigh, forget it. I can't be bothered to bicker with you. I don't have anything in common with you. Zhong Xiaohua looked defeated. She walked over and looked at He Tianshu. Captain, he still thinks highly of me. You think my aptitude is good. Forget it. He doesn't even want to take you as a disciple. After saying that, he slapped his forehead and said, Ayo, I understand now. You didn't come for several days because of that sentence. Are you trying to starve Martial Uncle He into a bag of bones? Am I that petty? Zhong Xiaohua said angrily. Better than you. Zhong Xiaohu still came to this conclusion. Zhong Xiaohua took out a jade bottle from her bosom and threw it to Zhong Xiaohu. Take a look and see what this is. Zhong Xiaohu poured out a pill. He looked left and right but couldn't understand it. He humbly asked, what is this? Fasting pill. Zhong Xiaohua said in a bad mood. I gave it to Captain He the next day. Miss Ou did the same. She ate one pill and didn't feel hungry or thirsty for 7 days. Hey, really? It seems like I'm blaming you. After saying that, Zhong Xiaohu quietly put the jade bottle into his bosom. His movements were so light that it was as if he was caressing Chang Ji's skin. Zhong Xiaohua rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. She just placed her finger on He Tianshu's pulse and carefully checked his pulse. Then, she transferred her zhenqi into He Tianshu's body and checked all the joints that she had crushed. After a while, she retracted her finger. How is it? Zhong Xiaohu probed. Zhong Xiaohua sighed. Ayo, is it? Zhong Xiaohu hurriedly asked. Even if there's a problem, Martial Uncle his life. It's not just his life that's saved. Even his joints are saved. Zhong Xiaohua's face was filled with worry. When Zhong Xiaohu saw this, he comforted her. You've already tried your best. Then, he suddenly realized something. You're saying that his joints are saved? Zhong Xiaohua nodded. Yes, Captain, his joints are recovering very well. This bone solidifying pill really lives up to its name. I just checked and all the joints in his body have started to heal. However, the bones are the backbone of the human body. It will take some time for them to heal. Maybe 40 to 50 days. Hee, that's good, that's good. Not to mention 40 to 50 days, even if it takes a year, I'm sure Marshal Uncle he will be willing to wait. What, only 40 to 50 days? Zhong Xiaohu realized something. This is too unbelievable. What do you know? How can my Bida school's elixir be guessed by an ordinary person like you? Bida school? Zhong Xiaohu asked curiously. When did you enter Bida school? Who's your master? This. Zhong Xiaohua scratched his chin and said, currently, Xiaoxia is the only one in Bida school. Wait for me to slowly look for a disciple. Ha ha ha, okay. When you establish your own sect, I'll bring your nephew to congratulate you. Great, he was going to extend his influence to the next generation. Zhong Xiaohua chuckled. It doesn't matter if they congratulate me or not. Just remember to return the things you borrowed from me to Bida school. The two brothers chatted for a while. Then, Zhong Xiaohua said, Captain, he has been called out for a few days. It's time for him to get some fresh air. However, you can come and watch over him for the next few days. Don't let him change. Zhong Xiaohu nodded. Just as he was about to agree, he heard someone anxiously shouting, Senior Brother Zhong, Senior Brother Zhong. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. -3. Chapter 772. Hearing Zhong Xiaohua's question, Aunt Qin's face was bleak as she said uninterestedly, This is a disciple that I met when I was in the Misty School in Pingyang City. She looks really like you. Zhong Xiaohua? Zhong Xiaohu? Zhong Xiaohua had an epiphany and said with a smile, I understand now. When your hall's senior brother Zhong Xiaohu saved me in the Yulan Grand Canyon, his face was full of astonishment. He kept muttering that I was too similar to someone. When I asked him, he didn't say anything and only said that it was impossible. I didn't dare to pry too deeply into my benefactor's privacy. Do you think this person is Zhong Xiaohu's elder brother or younger brother? Aunt Qin nodded and said, Yes, Zhong Xiaohua is Zhong Xiaohu's younger brother. He was taken away by thieves many years ago and is probably no longer in this world. Ayo. Zhong Xiaohua's face was full of regret as he said, I was wondering why senior brother Zhong's expression was so sad. So that's why. It seems that I've been hanging around in front of him these past few days, making him unhappy. It seems that I have to go less in the future. Nephew Ren, don't worry. This is something that happened many years ago. If you are grateful for Zhong Xiaohu's kindness, it's better for you to go more often. Perhaps he also hopes that you can go more often. Really? Zhong Xiaohua's face was filled with disbelief as he said, If that's the case, then I hope to visit senior brother Zhong more often. Moreover, I'm sure Vice Hall Master Qin can also tell how much I respect senior brother Zhong. This little concession, take it as me repaying senior brother Zhong's kindness. Of course it's true. Nephew Ren is not only Zhong Xiaohu's friend, but also our Misty Hall's friend. Our Misty Hall welcomes you at any time. Zhong Xiaohua stood up and said, Since that's the case, thank you, Vice Hall Master Qin. I'll be at Shushin Peak for many years. I hope Vice Hall Master Qin can take care of me. Well said, well said. Aunt Qin bowed slightly and shouted, Du Feng, send nephew Ren out. Zhong Xiaohua cupped her hands and bid farewell to Aunt Qin. Under Du Feng's lead, they walked towards the small courtyard of the pill-expanding hall. Halfway there, Zhong Xiaohua said, I already know the path ahead, so senior martial brother Du doesn't need to see me off. It's already late, so you should go back and rest. Du Feng nodded, but he looked hesitant, as if he had something to say. Zhong Xiaohua saw that he did not move and could not help but smile. Senior Du, do you have something to say in private? Du Feng thought for a moment and said, It's nothing. I just have a small matter to ask. Go ahead. Zhong Xiaohua looked generous. Anyway, I don't need to pay a big sum. Just bring it on. Sure enough, Du Feng asked, that. Junior brother Ren, I want to ask, where have you been these days? I've looked for you several times, But your courtyard door was tightly shut. No matter how I called, it wouldn't open. If it wasn't for the ban, this small courtyard is equivalent to your pill-expanding hall. I would have climbed over to take a look. Hey, there's such a good thing. Can't any disciple of the Misty Hall enter this small courtyard? Du Feng rolled his eyes and said, of course. Even the Chenkuan Hall and Shuyu Hall are like this. Haha. Zhong Xiaohua laughed, that's so humane. By the way, junior brother Ren, you haven't answered my question. Ari, what's there to answer? We're all men, what's there to not understand? Hearing this, Du Feng was even more confused. He grabbed Zhong Xiaohua's hand and said, brother, I'm asking you because I don't understand. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, do you still need to ask? Of course it's to see the scenery. See the scenery? Du Feng scratched his head in confusion. I don't know about the scenery of your White Mountain Peak, but it is one of the 19 peaks of the fragrant religion. Could it be that the scenery of our Shushan Peak is better than that of White Mountain Peak? Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. He could tell that this senior brother Du was a righteous disciple who had been cultivating in the ethereal sect all this time. Since he didn't even know about this, he could only whisper, your first faith peak naturally has many beautiful sceneries that our White Mountain Peak doesn't have. Doesn't senior brother Du enjoy these beautiful sceneries? The word beautiful was heavily emphasized. Du Feng was at a loss and shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua also shook her head and said, your Shushan Peak has a lot of youthful and beautiful scenery, but my White Mountain Peak doesn't have it. If I don't walk around and feast my eyes on it, how can I live up to the Hall Master's love? After saying that, she waved her hand and left. Beautiful scenery? Youthful and beautiful. Du Feng didn't understand at first, but then he understood. He couldn't help but blush as he looked at Zhong Xiaohua's back that had disappeared into the darkness. He whispered, a foreign brat knows how to appreciate the scenery, but I don't know how to appreciate it. I don't know what to do every day. Tomorrow morning, I will also go and enjoy the scenery. After settling the matters of the Misty Hall and sending Du Feng away, Zhong Xiaohua went straight to the top of the mountain. In the past, he was worried that if he wasn't on duty in the courtyard, he would be found out. Today, after hearing Du Feng's words, it turned out that this courtyard was under the control of Xiaoxia. Even young Rupiang couldn't enter easily, otherwise, it would be considered as offending the Pill Hall. Ha ha ha, what was there for Zhong Xiaohua to be afraid of? He could do whatever he wanted, what was there to be afraid of being found out? The only thing missing was a sign at the entrance that said, jealous people and dogs are not allowed to enter. Zhong Xiaohua went straight to the alchemy room. The room was steaming hot, and the greenish-yellow flame licked the bottom of the 8 trigrams purple-gold furnace from time to time, gradually fusing the elixir. The true samadhi fire, which was as thin as a red thread, shuttled back and forth from time to time, refining more impurities. Everything was under his control. Zhong Xiaohua composed himself, took out a praying mat, and sat down to prepare for his daily homework. When he woke up the next day, Zhong Xiaohua did the same thing as before. First, he carefully observed the alchemy furnace, then absorbed the essence of the sun, and practiced the Big Dipper magical fist several times to refine his bones. After doing all this, he went to Ouyang Yang's room and did not disturb Qiu Tong and the others. He carefully observed the situation, then went straight to Zhong Xiaohu's backyard to check on He Tianshu's condition. Only then did he return to the alchemy room. Now, Ouyang Yang was the most important. This awakening pill could not be lost. He Tianshu had already taken the bone coagulation pill, and if nothing went wrong, he should be able to walk. As for whether he could practice martial arts, that would depend on the changes in the future. In short, these 2 patients were Zhong Xiaohua's current task. As for Zhong Xiaohua could only do this. He understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. No matter how many martial arts he was given, it would not be as good as one that was suitable for him to practice. After a few days, Zhong Xiaohua did not go anywhere. Other than looking at the 2 of them, he cultivated in the alchemy room. These days were simple but fulfilling. As for the small courtyard of the alchemy hall, to hell with it. The 4 odd beasts, Huan, were still inside, so it could not be said that there was no one guarding the alchemy hall. That night, when Zhong Xiaohua was sleeping, a black shadow came to Shushan Peak and came to the front of the big tree. After looking around, he floated up and quietly took away the note hidden on the tree. That day was the day of the alchemy process. Zhong Xiaohua had rested enough and transferred all the stored qi into his meridians. Most of his qi had been stolen by the delusion breaker Eye. If he did not have enough qi during the alchemy process, he would be in big trouble. To be safe, Zhong Xiaohua still held a piece of primordial stone in his hand. Not long after, the boiling medicinal liquid gradually calmed down. The medicinal liquid that had gradually taken the shape of a yin-yang fish was as still as a virgin. Everything was restrained. Although there was a slight fluctuation in the center of the medicinal liquid, it instantly spread throughout the entire medicinal liquid. The fusion of the medicinal liquid was immediately broken. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He knew that it was the beginning of the alchemy process. He immediately formed a seal and inserted it into the medicinal liquid. As the seal was inserted, the exterior of the medicinal liquid gradually showed signs of solidification. It was precisely because of this that the qi in Zhong Xiaohua's meridians rushed out like a flood. It was much faster than before when he was refining pills. Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. He slowed down the speed of the seal and did his best to absorb the primordial stone's primordial stone to satisfy the needs of the alchemy process. He did not know whether the refining of the spirit awakening pill consumed so much qi or if it was because his qi was less than before. In short, he could not afford to make any mistakes at this time. He could only brace himself and face the difficulties head-on. He had no other choice. Fortunately, Zhong Xiaohua had used the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace many times. He had refined quite a few bone solidifying pills, meridian nourishing pills, and blood replenishing pills. Everything was within his control. Just as his qi was about to dry up, the slowly rotating alchemy process stopped absorbing qi. Zhong Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief and stopped the seal. He wiped the faint beads of sweat on his forehead and felt relieved. Now that the alchemy process was over, all that was left was to pull the alchemy process and collect the alchemy process. Although it was difficult, it was similar to the alchemy process. He thought that the qi in his body should be enough. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua could not help but raise his left hand and look at the crack on his palm. He could not help but smile bitterly. The name Illusion Breaker Eye was indeed flashy, but what was the use of it? Just looking at it was enough to drain his divine sense. If he used it, wouldn't he be sucked dry? Furthermore, with the existence of this thing, no matter how much he cultivated, he would only have half of his qi left. His divine sense was even worse. It was only 10% of his original qi. He really only knew how to eat and did not know how to come out. Although Zhong Xiaohua grumbled, if he had to dig out the silver eye from his hand, he would definitely not be willing. This was something that even Huang Feng had on his forehead. Just thinking about it, he knew that its power was boundless. Thinking back to the scene he saw when he was unconscious, Zhong Xiaohua had long been shocked by the huge silver light pillar emitted by the silver eye. How could he let go of such an opportunity? -3. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,